Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Sunday night Aquariums Anonymous meeting. My name is Adam. I'll be your host, and I am addicted to aquariums, just like yourself. And tonight, I'm pretty sure we've got a person that's addicted to aquariums too, although hopefully not too seasoned enough that we can't get a deep dive beyond industry and into his hobby and his passion as well. For everybody that's in the chat with us right now, hello, good evening. Ravencore from the United Kingdom. G'day, mate. How are you? Joe Hanny. Morning all. Hope everyone's well. Gabs, how are you going, Gabs? Hope you got back okay with your pup. Mark Pondworks, how you going, buddy? Dacey Dude, how's everybody? That's a new name. Dace Dude. Praddy's here, as we would expect. And Gil's Fish Room from his semi-trailer down in Adelaide. How are you, mate? So I have the assumption that everybody out there knows who Paul Talbot is. And I could be mistaken because obviously there's different states out there. But to me, we've got a bit of local fish store royalty with us this evening. So let me bring him onto the stage. Now, he's sitting back there. I'm just going to show him something so we can how's that for reefing royalty, mate? There you go.
I look exactly
Paul,
the same.
How are you, mate? Why don't you say good day to the group and introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Paul Talbot. Is that good enough?
Oh, I reckon you can do better than that. We might have to spin you away from that blue light, though, Paul, because that aquarium is really washing your features out.
Yeah, that's probably... Okay, let's try...
That's good. Bingo.
Beautiful.
All right, mate. So we'll start again.
Yes.
Why don't you introduce yourself and give for people that come from the different states and may not know that you are local fish store royalty when it comes to Sydney, a bit of a indication of who you are. Who is Paul?
All right. So a quick timeline. I think it was probably maybe grade 5 or 6. I remember standing up in front of my class when they asked me what I want to do with what do you want to do. And I remember very clearly saying that I was going to be a rock star. And then I was going to, once I had obviously I was going to have millions of dollars and be famous. And then I was going to buy an aquarium shop. Hopefully not spend all that money on drugs. And then as it turned out, I got my first job at St. George Aquariums when I was 16 or 17.
Hang on.
And then
a bit of context, Paul. I've got a couple of photographs here. So when you were up in front of your school, would it have been at this stage or that's a bit too young?
No, I wouldn't have been keeping my own fish. At that age, my pop had a pond and I used to spend a lot of time looking at his big goldfish called Jaws. And then I also used to have an auntie with a fish tank and I would spend a lot of time looking at those fish. And then also we lived in Queensland at that point. We lived at that age, I was probably in either Jindalee or after that Westlake.
Right.
And when Mum would take us to the shop, and our local shop was Jack the Slasher, when I was that age, I would basically, they'd just let me out of the car and I'd run. And then Mum would come and find me later on and I'd be in Kmart, sitting there watching the little goldfish section that they had at Kmart. So I basically loved fish ever since I was a little kid. And I think I started keeping my own tanks in about grade 5, I'd say.
Okay. And at that stage, did you move to Sydney?
I think I just moved to Sydney fairly recently. Yes. Yes.
So that would have been before this. That's a cracking hairdo, by the way, mate. Cracking.
Yeah, that was when I was... See, at that age, I had this... like everyone's got delusions now, and I probably don't have this one as much anymore. But because back in those days, that's when I was a rock star. It's just that I thought that the fact that everyone else didn't know about it was their problem. But apparently it doesn't work out like that.
So, all right. So I'm guessing you're about 15 here, are you?
I would guess about that. Yeah.
So you're about to start working at St. George Aquariums around about this stage.
Yeah, I think my hair was longer than that by St. George Aquarium. So
All right.
I would say that's about right. I'd say just after that.
Now, St George Aquariums, we just Paul and I just found out for everybody out there that Paul's currently living in Oyster Bay in the in God's country, the Shire, and I grew up as a 3-year-old through to a 15-year-old in Oyster Bay, and the St George Aquariums was the store to go to by far. It was the store, wasn't it, mate?
That was great. I worked there from 94 to 99. I'm still friends with Carol and Laurie now. I still see them every now and then.
Why did it shut? Why did it shut? I was so disappointed.
Because they retired.
Oh, well.
So basically, they had a figure that they wanted to sell it for. And at the end of the day, they closed it. They wanted to get a certain figure, which I know they had offers that weren't quite that. But they ended up closing it down and selling the land.
Right.
But I think they're a little. I'm making this bit up. But
sure.
I think that Carol and Laurie had a certain pride, and I think there's something in them which would rather see, like, instead of selling the shop and watching someone else kill it, I think they would rather close it down themselves.
Yeah.
So without me saying that's a fact. I don't know what conversation I had that made me conclude that, but I think it would have killed Carol to sell it and watch someone else kill it. That's what I think.
Well, I mean, I know for everybody out there, they're going, oh, it's just an aquarium store, but I have not found in my time another aquarium store, sorry, Paul, including your own, that compared to the experiences I had back in the 80s, late 80s, at St George Aquariums. That was just, it was such a phenomenal store.
It was awesome.
I still remember there was a fantastic planted tank behind the counter that had Congo tetras in it, I think. Then you go up those stairs to the back and there was that dirty big cube style aquarium with the smooth stones, and I think there was some sort of African cichlids in there or something, right? It was brilliant. It had such a good range. I haven't found a store that compares yet, but stores are different now, though, aren't they?
Well, there's a lot of reason for that. Like, basically, back in those days, there wasn't the internet and there wasn't the competition for pricing. And basically, Carol would say, I buy it for this, so I sell it for that. You pay for it or it stays there. And you know what? She was fair and she was strong, and you got what you got. You know, like, you go to St George, it was like very consistent, very clean, very healthy. And there was no, you know, she was very much one size fits all. Everyone pays that price. It's a fair price. Like, she was never too expensive or cheap. But what she didn't like, because when other cultures came in and started wanting to bargain and started wanting to doing all that stuff, and she's like, no, this is what we do. Yeah, okay, sure, you bargain in your countries, that's cool, but this is what we do. And she was very fair, everyone gets the same. She ran a good business. And also, she didn't have to be desperate to sell things. Like, nowadays, the margins are so much smaller than we used to work on back in those days. Because in those days, you could go, all right, what's my margin? Because you got to understand your own margin. And you go, I buy it for this, so therefore I sell it for that.
Yep.
Whereas, and people bought it. Because otherwise, what they do, they get in the yellow pages and call up different people or get in the car and look around. Now, literally, people, like, every day, people will just look at a product, go online, see how much it is, and they'll even come up to us and go, oh, can you do this for $17.90? Bloody cost me $16. And you just say yes or no. You know, like, the margins now are absolutely ridiculous. And
well, mate, I want to get into your life as a local fish store owner, but I want to take a step back slightly before we get there. Have you I know, I thought you might have been frozen. You were just listening very intently there. And so at some stage from St George Aquariums, you decide that you want to become the royalty of that's not the one. Where's the one? Where's the crown? There you go. There you go. So at some stage, you decide to go up on your own 2 feet and open your own store and become.
I can tell you that story easy. So basically, I'd been working there for sort of 5 or 6 years, and so the other thing you got to bear in mind is that even by the time for a long time, they were ready to get out.
Yeah.
So it's not like, like I would talk to Carol, and she made it very clear that they were looking to get out. So, I obviously just didn't have the resources to buy St. George aquariums, and they knew that they would they sell it to a developer and they're going to knock it down anyway.
Yep.
So it's not like I went there thinking that was going to be a life job. And to be honest, I would have stayed with Carol and Laurie till the very end. But what actually ended up happening was my dad came to me one day and he said, "Oh, you've been working there for like 5 or 6 years now." And he goes, "What are you getting out of it?" And I said, "Oh, yeah, I get paid and all that." And he goes, "Yeah, but if you work for another 5 or 6 years, where will you be?" And I'm like, "Oh, I don't know," type thing. Because I was going to be a rock star. So I went to the Australian Institute of Music, and my plan was become a rock star, try not to be a party drug addict if you can, and then spend some money and start an aquarium shop. And then you start a family. That was my plan. So I played in bands. I played in bands all my life, and I would say that my total income would be way below zero, and so that definitely wasn't a profitable outfit. It was never going to be. So once I started to lose my delusion of being a famous rock star, then I went to option 2, which was the aquarium. So I was working at St. George Aquariums, and then my dad came to me one day, and I have like a huge level of respect for my dad. I love him. And then he said to me, "I'll go to work and say, look, you've been working for sort of 5 or 6 years, and where will I be if I work for another 5 or 6 years?" And so obviously in the back of my mind, I really knew that the shop's probably not going to be there in 5 or 6 years. And so, I mean, the reality is, they couldn't really say anything because because like Carol couldn't promise me anything because like she knew that she was getting ready to get out. Yeah. So it's not like I could get any, there was sort of, there wasn't going to be good news there, which I sort of knew. And then when I had a chat with her, and then I actually quit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So I actually quit because I in my own head, I'm like, you know what? I need to go and start something for myself. So I went home, and then my dad said to me, he said, "Oh, how'd your talk go?" I said, "Oh, not that good. I'm not working there now." Because I sort of realized that I'm going to have to do something. But also I did know in the background that he may have been asking me that for a reason, but I didn't know that, but I did know that, but whatever. And then he goes, "Oh, I thought something like this would happen, but just letting you know that we sold Greenacre. So I've got an amount of money that I can help you start a shop now if you want to do it. Otherwise, he would invest in another house or whatever he wanted to do with his, that would have been his retirement money." So then because I took that money off him and I started Majestic Aquariums. So let's say that was the cost of a house.
So for context, now I know where you're going with this story because I've heard you tell this story, and I don't want you to get too far ahead before we got a bit more filling out to do. Okay, so for context, we're talking in 1999, are we?
That's when the shop opened in 1999. So I'd say I left St. George early 1999.
Right.
Or now, late 98 at max.
So your store is in Tarrant Point in the Southern Shire, just across Tom Ugley's Bridge, or
yes,
whatever that frigging bridge is called.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yep.
at this stage of a young man's life, where were you personally in the hobby?
That was probably at my peak. That was when I knew pretty much. I used to memorize books, so I pretty much knew all of the Ad Connings books, all the Julian Sprung books. Like I would get a book, and I would learn a lot of the Axelrod books. I would learn the book, so I knew all the species, whatever information was in that book. I'd make notes on the book. I'd do notes on the notes. This is obviously when when the internet wasn't around, and it was all about books. So I used to spend a lot of time, particularly on the toilet, reading, and then so I would say at 22, that's when I would have picked. I used to go over to Africa and dive. I did some trips over to Malawi with Stuart Grant and stuff. So that was around the time.
You were a true generalist. You were into freshwater, you were into saltwater, you were into ponds and plants, everything.
Yeah. So, but the thing is that I go through phases. So I went through a koi phase, and then I went and spent time in Japan. I went up to Niigata and Ogata where all the farms are and stuff. I got into African cichlids. I spent time in Africa. I've been into like all types of coral tanks. Done plenty of plant tanks. I haven't been to South America for diving yet, but I've done Africa. I've done heaps of Asia. I've done a lot of travel over the years.
So do you think that you are primarily, like, for example, I keep salt and fresh as well as reptiles and plants and stuff, but I see myself as a freshwater keeper. Sorry, I see myself as a saltwater keeper inside a freshwater keeper's body.
No, I don't see myself like that, because like I'm right into ponds as well. I do a lot of pond work. So I just love fish and coral and anything in the water. So I don't see them any differently. So I like a freshwater fish and a saltwater fish the same.
Well, that's what I meant by that. Yeah,
koi, I like them all the same.
Okay.
And which one do I know more about? That's not the question. Which one have I forgotten the most about? Because over the years I've learned so much. But what I've found, particularly as I'm getting older, is I master something and I learn it to the point where I know every single koi. But then you go into a different phase, and years later, oh, what's that one again? Oh, that one, I know it. Oh yeah. What are those ones?
Doesn't matter.
So
all you got to do, you just got to have a tiny bit of information. You just got to throw one word out there.
Yeah, and come back. It's all back.
But if you're in the right company, they'll pick up on that one word and go, oh, yeah, he knew his stuff, even if it was once upon a time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I definitely forget. Yeah, because I go through phases where I know a lot about this and then a lot about that. But even within business, I went through this marketing phase where I studied marketing and I did marketing courses. But now I look at a lot of my stuff, and nowadays it's all irrelevant and bull crap. Yeah. And then even with my cichlids, I used to know all the cichlids, but then you go back and you start reading the books, you're going to change all the bloody names. and then the corals are like, this one was that. No, now it's that. I've forgotten the last lot, the new lot.
Yeah.
So, and then at the end of the day, you just follow your passion. And now, because I am now a business owner, I think my passion now is things like relationships, how you get along with people, how you understand people.
Yeah.
And also on trying to have a bit of balance. Because the other thing is, you watch so many people get in this industry, they put in 100%, they get burnt out.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in the industry since 94. So you get burnt out, you get tired when you work your ass off and you're surrounded by fish all day, every day. And inside you love it, but sometimes you fucking hate it.
So can I ask, do you have a personal aquarium at home?
Okay, so right now I have a 4-foot tank with some Medaka and mountain clouds and really basic things swimming around, which I'm trying to get my son to overhaul. But I want him to do it himself. So basically I said, here's a tank. You have got to overhaul it, go to the shop, get whatever you want, make it look good, but you're not allowed to ask anyone anything. You've got to watch Majestic Aquariums videos and work it out for yourself. And if you fail, you fail, but you have to actually watch my videos, because he's like, I want to take over Dad's shop. And I'm like, you know what? Only if you earn it. I said, which mind you, I've got a lot of faith in him because he, if his drums, like his drum skills are like off the Richter. He's been playing drums since he's a little kid. Now he's like, obviously I'm not biased at all, but he's like the best kid drummer you've ever seen. And so he practices and practices and practices. Actually, I'll show you this. No, it's my camera. I got to hold this one. Watch this. So I started off by buying him like a little drum kit, and he learned to count on the bloody drum kit. So then he got really, really good at it. So then I bought him a better kit. I bought him like a good quality Roland kit, and then he just got better and better. So now actually, if you go up the back of Majestic, I've actually got like a. So let's get some. He's got like a full drum kit.
Oh,
so hang on, I'll turn the camera around. Hang on. So front camera. Right, so he's got like a full studio now.
You soundproof the whole thing.
Yeah, so he's got like his drum kit, and he sits in here just going nuts on his drum kit. So probably several times a week, I drop him he brings himself to the shop.
Yeah.
He comes after school.
Yeah.
And then generally about 10 o'clock or 12 o'clock if we've forgotten him, then we come and pick him up from the shop. So he'll just be in there literally playing and playing. And then we've got other music instruments around. And hang on, we always got like instruments everywhere.
Mate, there's definitely, definitely as a kid, if you want to get your hobby articles and equipment bought for you, share the same hobby as your father because he'll be in it like a rash.
Yeah, that's right. True. But you see, the thing is that he learns to play. So he's got like really good drums and everything, right? And then one day he comes up to me and goes, "Oh, Dad, I want to learn to play Master of Puppets on guitar." I said, "Dude, if you play your ass off for 10 years, you might learn that song." And then he goes, No, I want to learn Master of Puppets on guitar. I go, all right. I'm not joking. Within 1 month, he'd learn how to play it. He'd learn to play the song basically perfectly. Now, this is a complex song that requires real rhythm, real understanding of music. But he could do it. 1 month. Nobody even taught him. He just sat it. He does have a teacher, actually. He goes to Menai Music School. Craig Woodward, excellent. And then he actually, without Craig Woodward, I wouldn't even have kids, which is an interesting story. But then so he mainly just goes on YouTube and he gets the guitar and he just learns off YouTube. Yeah. And then he obviously has a teacher that helps him as well. But I reckon within 3 months, he could shred the solo. He's now been playing for about a year and a half. He's faster and better than I am. Like, he's off the run. Like, he learns Megadeth solos, Metallica solos. I watch him. So this is why you, like, these days, you just go online. There's someone there showing you how to do it. Anyone that wants to learn guitar, you can. You just go on there, there's experts showing you how to do it. Yeah. So he sits there and he learns a phrase. And then he learns a phrase. And then he learns a phrase. And my reality is you learn a phrase. You learn a phrase. You learn a phrase. Oh, shit, you forgot the first phrase. Then you play the first phrase again. Then you forgot the second phrase. Then you play. By the time you actually learn how to play it, I know days or weeks have gone by.
Yeah.
And he just goes, learns the first phrase, learns the second phrase, learns the third phrase, learns the fourth phrase, and then plays a whole lot. I'm going, how do you do that? That's like I'm like, it would take me, like, I'm going to say, I'd have to sit down, play 10 sessions. Now, I could technically play it day one, but there's a lot to remember. You know, there's lots of notes. And that he somehow can just do it. And I sit there watching, I'm going, this kid is 14. He's actually better than I am.
Well, mate, that's possible. That is very possible, isn't it?
I think it's very possible. But how kids learn these days.
Take Taylor Hawkins' son. So there you go.
Yeah, and you should see him play guitar now. He shreds Iron Maiden. Like, he did his very first guitar performance recently, and he'd only been playing for like over a year. Yep. And he did like a full-on Iron Maiden song, full solos, shredding the whole lot. Once again, most people learn that song after, I don't know, 10 or 12 years of pretty proper playing. He smashed it in. It's just unbelievable. He's got way more resources than I did.
Yeah.
I mean, the guitars he plays are all $5,000 each, and he's got several of them, which
Like
is
I
my
said,
old guitars.
share the same hobby as your father.
Yeah.
You'll get it all going for you. Mate, do you want to, what do you reckon about, now that we know that you own Majestic Aquariums, you've been there since 1999, you're a bit of a jack of all trades when it comes to fish keeping, and that we've got a bit to get into in terms of small business ownership. I've done my research there. Do you want to, what are the odds of turning the camera around and giving us a bit of a run and gun, walk and talk tour?
100%. All right, well, so let's do this. So turn the camera around.
I'll shove you on full screen.
Yep.
There you go.
So the front of the shop. So we're in like I'll just see if I can clean this camera a bit. That look. Oh shit! Did I lose it?
You're in the industrial state. Is there a brothel next to you?
Okay, so I gave that. Yeah. Okay, so we're in just an industrial center. I'll just try cleaning the thing again. Hang on. Yeah, there we go. So we opened here in 1999, and in Tarrant Point, which is a sort of near Cronulla, Sylvania Waters, like a pretty well-off area. So we've got our front door where you walk in.
Yep.
Then we've got some tanks on display there. Got a whole bunch of mini ponds there. We've got tanks to sell. We've got our discus tank that has decided to turn itself off.
So Paul, when you're coming through the store, from what I recall, you got like a long island of displays coming at you.
So you got that. You got the counter over there. So you got the LPS display, which has gone to bed. We've got the SPS display that is going to bed. We're just doing a dry start on an AquaL Aquascape tank. We've got a really, really nice tank that's put itself to bed too, the AquaL Glossy. It's got other tanks that we display. We've got ornaments.
You got the wall of plastic, mate.
Yeah. So we've got, actually, I can tell you a funny story about this. We've got, that guy looks happy. Look at him. He's very happy. He's very happy about his tank, isn't he?
Mate, I saw a video 2 years ago where you said the same thing.
Yeah, I like that guy. He gives me inspiration. Yeah. I look at him all the time. I think I want to be that guy. I don't know what's going on under his counter, but he might be a bit of a Bill Clinton, but good luck to him. So this area here, right, this is a funny one. This was my shark tank. So from down there to there, 7.5 meters, and then it was 2.5 meters, 2.2 meters wide, and it was 2.2 meters high. So it held about 20,000 liters of water.
I think
so. That was my shark tank.
I think a bit later on we might be able to jump onto YouTube and pull up some old footage of that tank. Because one thing that confused me, and I was going to have a bit of a poke at one stage, because there used to be a store up in Caringbah on
I can tell you all about that.
South Sydney Aquarium, and they had a shark tank up there with a touch pool thing, and you could go and feed them for a certain price. And I just thought you guys must have been in competition to have the biggest shark tank.
Okay, here you go. I'll tell you a story. One of my ex-girlfriends, I'm not going to say her name, she was really good friends with that guy. I don't know how good friends, but I had my shark tank, and then it was very popular. Like back in those days, every Saturday and Sunday at 4 p.m. we used to promote shark feed, or 3 p.m. whatever, shark feeding shows. So we would get people come down, and I'd get up and do a spiel about sharks, shark conservation. I had a spiel that I'd do. And we get heaps of people. Like sometimes it would be packed.
Yep.
And then we'd let the kids feed the sharks, and then we'd give them a shark award. And it was very popular. And then this guy, who was one of my ex-girlfriend's friends, thought that he would steal all our business, and he would start an aquarium shop just up the road. And it was literally just up the road. And then his idea was to get some big water tank containers. What's that?
I'm just trying to think what the road was called. Caringbah Point Road, or what's that road up there called?
No, it was like Endeavour Road.
Endeavour Road. Gotcha.
Endeavour. Yep. Anyway, it's the one that goes out to Kurnell.
Yes.
I'm not a details guy. And then he didn't last long, put it that way. So he started trying to get people to pay money to go in there.
Yeah, I went in there
Apparently
one
there was
time.
nothing to see.
He wanted to charge you $5 just to walk up the stairs and look down on top.
And put it so, from what I understand, there was more to see down here for free.
Right.
So he didn't last long. So anyway, he was there. He was there for a flash in the pants, and then he left.
Right. Okay.
Anyway,
Yeah.
no worries.
All right. So we'll get back to your Shark Tank afterwards, but let's have a look at what you've got going on with your. Do you want to do salt or fresh? You choose.
Okay, so so we can talk about that. I can tell you a funny story about that later. That's the aquascaping. Here is all our things like cleanup crews and wrasses and starfish and just snails and stuff. Then we've got corals that I never really know why all these ones are here. Apparently they're here for a reason. We've got various frags. This is full of anemones if the light was on, but things start automatically turning themselves off.
Yep.
SPS turned themselves off. We have heaps of coral,
Yep.
We have lots of fish. So there's 2 rows of fish.
Yep.
Lots of fish.
What are you primarily using imported marines or Australian marines?
No, I always preference Australian hand caught.
Yep.
And then anything I can't get Australian.
Look out. We may have lost Paul.
Are we rebooting? Oh, yeah, there it goes back.
There you go.
Okay, so this is our freshwater. Got live bearers, got community fish.
Slow down there,
Amazon
Paul.
fish.
Slow down. Slow and steady, Sonny Jim.
Oh, yeah. We got lots of
Look
cichlids.
out. Paul's frozen again. Nope.
Oh, really? I'm not frozen.
Yep. There you go.
Back?
Back.
Yeah, so we have cichlids. We have Americans and stuff. Some rainbows.
So have you got your freshwater systems organised roughly into bays of where they come from or what kind of fish or requirements?
Sort of. So we've got live berries here. We got community fish there. We got stuff that isn't there, and that's supposed to be more Amazon stuff.
Right.
And then here's community fish that aren't so communal. And then here's the African cichlids.
Yep.
And then American cichlids. And then this is the trade-in section. So trade-ins always go in this section.
Yep.
Then we've got goldfish. The plant section's turned itself off.
Yep.
Fighting fish.
Yep.
So shrimp over there.
Yep.
Shrimp
Big
have turned
store.
themselves off. Shrimp have turned themselves. Yeah, it's got shrimp. Yeah, so it's about 500 square meters.
Yep. It's a big store.
Yeah, but the main thing that's killing this industry, everyone I speak to that's getting out of the industry says the same thing. They put up my rent, and my rent's about to go up another 22 grand. I think soon, anytime now. But basically, my rent has gone up. I think when I first moved.
Just go back to the freshwater display you got there, the big cichlids.
Yep.
What we got going on in there? Big gourami.
Yeah, we've just got, you name it, it's in here. So we just chuck everything together. It's fine. And it's cool. And it doesn't go anywhere else.
Are these fish for sale, or are they? What's the story? They're for sale, or they're trade-ins on display, or what are they?
Okay, so this is the way we work, right? If there's not a price tag on it, it's not for sale. But if you offer us a price that we like, it's for sale. So what I do, is I go to this one. This is what I do. How much for that, Oscar? It's not for sale, but if it was for sale, it'd probably be about $350. And they're like, "Oh, can I buy it?" Yes, you can. For $350, you sure can. By the way, you can get one down the back. It'll be about a third of that price.
Yeah.
But they want that one. You even
Yes.
tell them, look, man, to be honest, you could get that one. Maybe there's one over here. I can even go and show them one. I go, here's one or whatever. It's basically the same. You can have that
Yep.
one for 120 or you can have 80 or whatever. But no, they want the one that's not for sale.
Of course.
And then they'll sell it. And you literally tell them that you're paying too much, but they want to buy it. So, okay,
Yeah.
it's cool.
All right.
All of our display stuff, we try not to sell it, but I
Yep.
sell everything at the right price.
Okay. All right. When it comes to your dry goods stuff, do you tend to, let's talk fresh first, then salt. Do you tend to stick to certain brands that you have a good experience with primarily?
Okay,
Let's start with fresh.
Okay, so basically I buy number one because how much I like the person that's selling it. Because you got to have a good relationship with your suppliers.
Yep.
So there are various products that we might sell just because we think we have to, but we will put no effort into that. But the suppliers that we have the best relationship with are the ones that get our business the most. But also, I need to tell you that I have a wholesale business, because one of the things that happened early on in my career is I was offered the contract for New Life Spectrum, and actually, a funny thing is my brother used to work at Majestic Aquariums around this time. This is like, I'm going to guess 16 or 17 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then I said to and my brother was talking to Troy, who works for Pet Pacific.
Yep.
And Troy came into the shop. And one day, my brother said to Troy, he goes, Troy, what do you do? Because Troy comes in here, he sees Troy, and Troy goes out. And Chris is like, he said to Troy, what do you do? You come in here and then you go. Like, what do you do? And Troy said, basically what I do is I go to aquarium shops all day. And Chris goes, really?
Yeah.
He goes, how do I get that job? That sounds cool. So anyway, then Chris came up to me and he goes, do you know what Troy does? And I'm like, yeah, he's a rep. And he goes, yeah, Troy goes to aquarium shops all day. And I'm like, okay. And then he goes, I want to do that. I go, okay. And that's the last I thought of it. And then within weeks or months, within a short time from that conversation, I get a phone call and Pablo's like, I really need you to sell Spectrum in Australia. And I'm like, because back in those days, I used to do a lot of travel because I used to travel probably 3 months of the year for promoting my DVDs, which we can talk about soon too. And then I remember my brother saying, I want to go to aquarium shops all day. So then when I got back, I said to my brother, I said, you know how you want to go to aquarium shops all day? But you want to go and sell Spectrum? And he's like, oh, yeah. So then we got a little bit of Spectrum in. And then he started going around to all different shops trying to sell Spectrum. And then he, that was in the early days of Spectrum. And then but he would always try not to say his surname because I was very well known back in those days. And because I was the guy on the DVDs, because I did AQUARIUM DVDs, I did JBL DVDs, I did Red Sea DVDs, I did my own DVDs. So I was doing a lot of stuff, especially because it started on VHS video and then it went to DVDs.
But I imagine selling New Life Spectrum would be an easy sell because it's a bloody good food.
Exactly. But back in those days, people didn't understand what good food is. See, you know that most fish food's got nothing in it the fish eat. If you look at the instructions of almost all fish food, there'll be meals, which is just just what's left of what an industry doesn't use, and then mill it all up and create a meal. But most fish foods don't even have fish food in it. It's got terrestrial nutrients, mammalian nutrients, and not even anything fishy. Yeah. So the price difference was quite a lot. So in the old days, people they basically fed their fish frozen food or flake.
Yeah.
And then people didn't understand what fish food quality was. And then everything was pressure cooked and processed. So once again, you can get a fish food, then pressure cook and process it, and the nutrients you're getting is just next to nothing.
Oh, so you're saying that back in the day when your brother had to go out and try and spruik the New Life, that the customers went, no way, we've got fish food here for a quarter that price. And they were reluctant, were they? Look out, he's gone. Hello there, Mr. Talbot.
Someone was trying to ring me.
You're back.
Yeah, someone was trying to ring me. Yes, I'm back. Yeah, so back in those days, people didn't understand why you'd need to pay that much for fish food.
Yeah, fair enough.
So,
Okay.
So he went around to all the shops, saying his name's Chris, and you want to buy some fish food, and he sold basically nothing. So he had all this fish food, and he's just thinking, "Oh, this was terrible. We've brought in all this fish food. No one wants to buy it. We have to sell it all through Majestic." And then apparently he was at Kellyville one day after he'd been to heaps and heaps of shops, and he had like basically no success, and he thought that things were really bad. And then he ended up, from my memory of what he told me, is that he was at Kellyville Pets, and then he was basically having a whinge to one of the staff, just saying, you know, I've gone around, no one wants to buy this food, blah, blah, blah. And he said his name, Chris Talbot. And then apparently the guy goes, oh, are you Paul Talbot's brother? And then Chris was like, yeah, because he was trying not to say that, because he thought that if everyone thought that he was competition because he's my brother, then they wouldn't want to buy the food. But it actually ended up being the exact opposite, because then he's like, oh, John Grimer. And he pulled him straight in, takes him up to John Grimer's office, and he made an order. And then what Chris ended up finding is that you go around to all the different shops around Australia and you mention my name, and then suddenly he was selling food, and he said, everyone knows you and everyone's got a stupid story about something stupid I've done at a trade show or something. So, so because back in those days,
are you guys still the importers and the wholesalers for New Life?
We do New Life Spectrum, we do Danichi, we do Aqua L, we do Marine Pure, we do Polyfilter, we do anyway heaps more. I can't remember. We do lots of products.
What's that wholesale side of it called? What's the business?
AQUARIUM.
AQUARIUM. There you go. Okay.
Yeah. So Chris and Norica are doing an absolutely awesome job, and so I got the contacts in the first place, and they've, you know, they're doing awesome. They work their asses off, and they're running a really good business.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So what would, in freshwater, what would you say your 3 brands that you would never not stock?
Oh, okay. So I would say, okay, so this is going to sound biased because it is.
Just give me 3
I would say that New Life Spectrum would be a real big one for us. We sell a lot of that.
Yep.
We definitely sell Danichi, but I'd say New Life Spectrum is a big one. I'd say Seachem, because we also do Seachem.
Yep.
Seachem is a very big one. And then
we do... 3. Too late?
Yeah.
No, all right.
Okay.
Now,
saltwater. We do a lot of Aqua One and other stuff too.
Yeah, we won't talk about Aqua One. What about saltwater? Give me 3 saltwaters that brands that you would not do without.
I would say Seachem and Red Sea would be the first 2.
Yeah, because Red Sea's got all retailers by the balls. That's why.
You know what? Because they've done a good job at marketing it all up. They've done a good job. They're packaging it well.
Yeah, they do make it user friendly. All right, what's one more?
In saltwater.
Yep.
Red Sea. I'm just looking around the shop. I mean, I'm trying to think which one stands out.
Oh, so you could do an Aquillumination and Ecotech, eh? Is that your main?
We do everything, but we do a lot of AI.
Yeah.
We do some Radion. We do a lot of Red Sea.
Yeah. Okay.
But also, things go through phases. Like I find that with the phases, that it's like a supply. And actually, I'll tell you what happens. Right, a new product comes in, and then the supplier gets a little bit of it, and often everyone wants to jump on it.
Bloody gone again. Hello, everybody. Let me just go through any questions here whilst we've got Paul having some technical difficulties. Does Paul ship? Oh, look, he's back. What's going on, mate? Is your internet a bit on the dodgy side tonight? Hello, Paul Talbot. Hello, Paul Talbot.
How do I get this back? Back now?
There you go. Yeah, you're back.
All right, back. It's phone call. When my phone rings.
Mate,
I seem to get disconnected when my phone rings.
Why are you so popular?
Probably good looks, I think.
Hey, Paul, do you ship products?
Okay. Well, we've got a whole website that we ship all the dry goods, and then we try to avoid fish. So if someone wants the fish, we can sort it out for them, but it's not our main. At the end of the day, you've got to base your business around the staff that you have and what they are good at and what they want to do.
Yeah.
So right now, I don't have anyone who's passionate about packing and sending livestock. So I've got someone that may be coming that we may do that in the future. But right now, if you want something, I can get it to you, but we're definitely not rigged up to focus on livestock. And when we did used to do it, I reckon it cost us more money than we made.
Okay. Senor Ding Dong asked, why is Majestic? Is it after the Majestic Angelfish, the name of the store?
Yeah, so I named the store, I believe, in grade 5, and that's because the Majestic Angel was my favorite fish. So when I was in grade, I named it. I already knew the name of the shop. Pretty much around the time that I decided I was going to own an aquarium shop, I named it Majestic Aquariums because I thought that a Majestic Angel was a cool fish.
All right. Now, we're probably going to dive a bit into your Shark Tank a bit later on, but there is a quick question there as to what sharks you did keep in that big tank.
Yeah, so there was black tip sharks, black tip reef sharks, white tip reef sharks, bamboo sharks, epaulet sharks, wobbegong sharks. They were probably the main sharks.
Which was what was you rate as the best pet shark?
Oh, the white tips are great. I had a pet one because my original Shark Tank was in the door here. And basically what happened was I had a friend in here doing some electrical. And because I know that I was working on the DVD. So I was over Northside working on one of our DVDs because I used to have a company called Fishy Films. And we used to make promotional and industry-based DVDs. It started off with VHS videos and then DVDs came in. So then we became the DVD people.
Yeah.
And then my brother was supposed to come in and let my friend out who was working on the shop. And he actually put all this in. Actually, that's all the same stuff. But managed to forget to turn one of the things back on, which was the Shark Tank. Just didn't switch it. And so at the time I had it got about, let's say, it was $18,000 worth of sharks in it. And this is a very old story because that was before the big tank. Because my original Shark Tank, when I set the shop up, was there. Then I got a bigger one and put it there. And then the big one was there. So
do you think you might have been going through a compensation stage of life there? You're compensating for something with these big Shark Tanks, Paul?
What do you mean going through it? Are you saying that there's an end? I'm still going through it. That's a very live and active issue.
I know.
So the answer to that question is yes. Yeah. So I had this tank here, and then my brother forgot. Well, he didn't check, right? He just came in to let Russell out, and then my mate forgot to turn that on. Yeah. And he didn't check. So then when the boys came in the morning, all my sharks were dead because there had been no flow. And the tank was overpopulated anyway. There was a 4-foot white tip in there called Manual. And I'd had her since I first opened the shop. Yeah. She started out a little shark living in a ridiculously small, 5,000 litre aquarium or something. And she grew into a 1.2 metre white tip, and I grew up. I had a relationship with it. I'm telling you now that I could walk in and she would see me and get excited and wait like an Oscar, but it was 4 foot long and it would see me out of all the people coming in and out all the time. It would recognize me and it'll get excited and know that I'm going to feed it. And I'd pat it and it was like a dog, I felt like this animal. It was like a dog to me. You'd come and say hello to her as if she was a dog. Yeah, and then when she died, I lost it. I was crying, actually crying. I loved that animal. So then I refused to see it. So the boys took them, and I think they went and put them down at Cronulla, so it looked like they were. Anyway, I don't know what they did, but they did something funny with them. And then so they cleaned it all up, and then I actually sold that whole tank for $5,000, just because I didn't want to ever see it again, because I got flashbacks of Vietnam every time that I saw it. So I actually got rid of that tank.
Paul, do you want to sit down and turn the camera around? You're making some of the people seasick.
Oh yeah, we did predict that would happen.
Yes,
that's right.
We did, didn't we? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we already said that would happen.
Beforehand.
Here we go. Yeah, I'm not much of a sit-still person.
No, I gathered that, but it's all right.
I don't do much sitting still.
Well, you can stand up if you want, mate. Stand up and answer questions while you're standing. But what I'm going to ask you the question is, I remember seeing that big tank, and I know that you sold it, what was it, 5 years ago or something? 6 years ago? The big one?
Yes. Yeah.
Was it to the Jip? What are the guy on?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
What did it take to run that tank per month in electricity?
Okay, so I can only tell you the total. Okay, so so what happened?
And I'm going to try and find. I'm going to go on your YouTube and try and find while you're talking, and I'm going to try and find some footage for the people out there. So you just narrate, okay? You go for it.
Yeah. So I forgot. So I worked out that year that it cost me $65,000, and most of that was food. So the electricity actually wasn't even that much, but the food was not hardly, like, it was run on a bunch of pumps. You know, probably if you actually work out the watt rating of what was running it, it really wasn't that much. Can you still hear me? Oh yeah, you can. Yeah. So
can you see that I'm sharing the screen now?
Yeah. Yeah, I see that.
Right. Keep going. Keep talking.
So I worked out the whole thing was costing me $65,000 a year, and most of that was really fish food, because to feed the sharks, because they were getting like 4 foot long, and there was a big 4 foot giant groper that was about that round, huge, and there was massive eels in there. So it was costing me. I was going and buying about 20 kilograms of food to give them a feed, and that was happening once or twice a week. So now, the amount of food.
Is this the tank that was the last tank that you had?
Correct, but is there much in it at that point? That was the very early days. Yeah, that's the tank. Yes.
There it is. There you go.
Yeah, that's it. So there I am doing the shark feeding show. Correct. So I had that tank for 9 years.
Yep.
And basically what happened is, you know, the end of COVID, when there was a new strain and then there was going to be a bad strain and we're all going to die.
Yeah.
So it was around that time, and I was sitting on the steps just up at there, and I'm looking at the tank, and that was when that 5 kilometer rule was in, and nobody was coming to the shop, and you know, we didn't know what was going to happen next.
Yep.
And various customers had walked in and not even looked at the tank. So I was sitting there. I think I was just sitting there reflecting on life or whatever I was doing. And I'm watching people walk in, and they didn't even look, not even look to the left. So I'm thinking, I've got this thing here. I've just worked out that it's costing me $65,000 a year to have it.
Yeah.
Nobody's even looking at it. It's not attracting any new customers because there's no new customers because everyone's at bloody home. And then right as I was thinking, I'm either going to have to invest money into it and get rid of these big sharks and get some smaller ones, and I'm going to have to do the tank up because it was looking tired.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to have to get rid of it. And right as I was thinking that, I'm pretty sure I wasn't speaking out loud. And then this guy goes, "Excuse me, I'm thinking about buying a shark tank." I'm like, far out. I was actually thinking about selling it. And I go, "What about that one?" And he goes, "Oh, okay." He goes, "How would I get into my house?" I could cut the wall off your house. So anyway, he goes, "Okay." I'm like, "Okay." He got my details, and then he went to come and show me his house, and he cut the wall off his house and he put the tank in there.
Okay.
So it's because we designed the tank knowing that if I had to leave, we could just pick it up and put it on a truck. So it was designed to pick up.
Can I ask about shark tanks? I was well, I don't know a lot about shark tanks, but there's this, it could be a myth or it could be a factual that the that it's best to have a curved structure so the sharks can get a continual glide to then properly rest.
Okay, so let me tell you about this. So in the early days, before there was like things like cruelty, when you could just do whatever you want because no one knew any different, is that my original shark tank I think was only 12 foot by 4 foot by, too small for a shark. And when I used to get the black tips in, what we would do is get it in, and we would, because at the start when you'd buy them, they didn't swim; they just sat there. So then you'd have to push start them. So I get someone at the other end of the tank. I grab the shark, push him through the water. Then the guy on the other side grabs it, turns around, pushes him through the water, and just like gets them started. Because with the black tips, if they're not swimming, especially in the old days when they just send them in a smaller container, you'd have to kick start them. And then what I found is that the first one probably did have a little bit of trouble. But then what I watched, and I'm like, oh, when you put bubbles there, they always go around the bubbles. Because then what I actually ended up doing was blacking out the ends of the tanks and putting big, powerful air stones in each corner. And then I found that my next shark I got, I didn't have to teach it how to swim around. All I had to do was get it swimming, and it would swim, and it would dodge the bubbles and go round. And basically all of this is only relevant if you put him in a tank that's too damn small. In the big tank, there was no problem. Because they'd go up and they'd swim around. And if they panic, they might go in the corner. They'd swim around. It's absolutely no problem. But if your tank is too small, like if your tank's only 5,000 or 10,000 litres, the animal can be stressed. The animal can panic. And in a perfect world, it would be better if you had them in a round tank. But in saying that, if your tank's like 20,000 and your animal's not too big for the tank, I don't think that's necessarily true. So I don't think it's...
What's the length of that tank at the end? What was the length
of the width? 7.5 metres.
7.5 metres.
And it was 2.2 metres wide. What's that?
It doesn't look 7.5 metres long.
No, it doesn't, but that's how long it was. And it was 2.2 metres high, and it was 2.2 metres wide.
Right.
And it held about I call it 20,000, but in reality, it was probably slightly under that. But maybe with the filters, it probably was. Yeah. Because the filters are up the top.
Okay. So in other words, at any stage did your accountant say, Paul, you're an idiot for having this aquarium in your store that could be used to make money? That floor space. Okay,
so my accountant has called me an idiot so many times that I'm not sure if that was one of the points, but it very well may have been. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Right.
So just tick that box.
Yeah. Senor Ding Dong says, where is it? Did you see the video from Korea recently with a juvenile white shark in a tank of similar size to this in a restaurant? No.
No, I didn't see it.
Okay. I didn't think they were ever been successful keeping white sharks.
Because I spent a bit of time with a researcher called Sid. I'm not in contact with him anymore, but he was a very wealthy guy that was actually looking at he had a proposal into the council to actually set up a great white, it was supposed to be next to Taronga Zoo.
Yep.
Obviously, it didn't go ahead. So, but basically, what his theory was, because his researchers that he helped fund were looking at pressure, and what their plan is to put a pressure sensor on a great white. And then, because what their theory was that an actual great white does certain things at depth at certain times. And great whites have still got whole behaviors that we still don't actually understand. Yeah. So there's still a lot we actually don't even know about great whites. And what they were saying is that if they spend an amount of time at depth, then the pressure at depth may actually have some relevance to their physiology or whatever it is. So what their plan is to pressurize an area, which would then imitate the real one. So the one outside goes down to a certain pressure, and then they were going to pressurize the facility to see if that actually allowed, because they had a theory that the pressure in the water had some requirement within the animal.
Right.
So this was their theory. In the end, it was never tested. Nothing ever happened with it. So I got no idea if it's true, but there's things like that may get discovered that they might work it out, but right now they don't know.
I would like to think that it's quite possible that you have a good understanding of great white potential in Aquaria here, Paul. You seem to have done a little bit of research back of your own accord. I'm assuming this is down in Portland, is it?
Yeah. Do you know what's really fun about doing that? Have you done that dive?
Oh, no, I haven't. I'd love to.
Do you know what's great about that? So first of all, you go and see the seals. And you go diving and swimming and you're having a great time and all that, right?
Yeah.
And then you're getting back in the boat and then you go over there and you go see the great whites. I'm like, yeah, but we were swimming just over there.
Yeah.
So it's not that far away from where you go and there's a 5 meter bloody great white. And then over there is where we were swimming, where the seals are. And obviously that's Sizzler because obviously the sharks know that all the seals are over there.
Times. Like you're in there snorkeling with the seals or the sea lions, and it's like that's what they freaking eat. Like, shouldn't you be looking behind you all the time?
all I can say is that going to the seals on the way to the great whites is a much better idea than going to the great whites on the way to the seals.
Yeah, that I would love to do that. But funnily enough, from a 50th, we went across to Indonesia. But one of the options was to go down to SA and go and do this with the family because we thought it'd be a pretty awesome kind of experience. But to be honest with you, couple of beer things, baby. Sure. To be honest with you, by the time you did all the expenses, the flights, the accommodation from just in Adelaide, it cost more.
Yeah, it
was nuts. Absolutely nuts. But it's something that I definitely want to do. Definitely. Are you on a little hooker? What do you on when you're under there?
Yeah, they just give you a no. I think they give you a. Oh yeah, they might. I can't even remember now. It wasn't even that long ago.
Must be it. Yeah, it's an air hose, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. There would definitely be because I don't. Yeah, that's right. It'll be an air hose for sure. Just be a hooker line. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Paul, question for you. What did you do with the huge aquasonic protein skimmer that was running the big tank?
It never really ran the big tank. Yeah, so we did buy one, and it sat up there for a while, and then we did use it as an ozone reactor for a little bit, and then we ended up getting like some big reef octopus and some other big skimmers. Yeah, maybe it was set up on that tank for a little while.
Okay.
But yeah, because it was actually just way too hard to clean.
So where is it? Where is it now? Thanks, baby.
I don't even remember. I think it's probably in the bin.
Oh, you might have had a potential customer there if you said it was in the back room.
No, this is way gone. No, because we never used to clean it because anyway, we only set it up for a short time.
Okay. All right.
But no, it was on the tank, but I think it ended up being an ozone reactor on the tank because I think we just hated cleaning it. So we just got an easy one that we could just pull off.
Right. Okay.
Maybe I got one of those reef octopus ones that had the auto cleaning head, or I don't know. We changed it for a reason.
All right. Now, for everyone out there, I've got my little bit of list going on here of things I want to touch on to with Paul tonight. I do want to get into a little bit about the Pet Industry Association. I want to get a little bit into availability of certain fish in the country and what affects availability of fish in the country. And I have got a bit of bitching to do of my own. But before we do that, thanks, baby. My wife's just asking, do I turn the shed light off? It's time for the cockatoos to go to sleep. I was going to get the cockatoos out here, but I lost track of time. Before we do that, it is time for... Now, Paul, I happen to see a video of yours that looks something like this. Not that. That's the ex competitor up the road. But this video here from 2 years ago, Paul Talbot's tragedy and triumph of Majestic Aquariums. And I've got to say, mate, I found it to be a interesting video, particularly from a business perspective. However, in that video, according to you, What are the 4 secrets to a successful business?
All right, so I can tell you one.
No, I want 4. I want 4.
Okay, no worries. So the first one is you can't quit.
Correct.
The only thing that I think I've actually done well is to not quit. So I just keep going, and you try not to kill yourself, because there's certain times where things go real bad, and sometimes, particularly, there was a time when I'd lost all of my dad's money, which was supposed to be his retirement fund, and I was working 7 days a week. And I wasn't okay. I'd come to the shop and I was very well known. So you'd be full of smiles, full of everything, but actually your soul is gone. It's dead. So basically for many years, I would go to work, and then from Monday to Friday, I would just pretty much work until I fell asleep type thing. There wasn't much music going on at that time because I was too busy trying to get a business going, because the business started really well and then something happened or got ripped off, and then I went broke. Then it started going well, then I got ripped off, then I went broke. So there were times when I owed all of the suppliers maximum money. I mean, to the point where I couldn't get anything from Kongs, I couldn't get anything from Premier Pet, I couldn't get anything from Pet Pacific, because they're all maxed out. Because until I found out why I was losing my money, which in the end was my part, well, someone was ripping me off. But anyway, then you work 7 days a week, but you're actually going broke. So actually, by the time, when I got the first lot of money from my dad, which back in those days, a 2-story house is what he sold to get that money, which these days it would just be the deposit on a house, by the way. Then I lost all that money. Then he had to lend me almost that money again by the time I could run the business, because I had a bad situation, and then I came good, and then I had the same situation again, but from someone else and not as bad, and then I had a job go bad and lost a whole lot of money. So I've been, like, when I say bankrupt, I've been, so I don't have a single dollar. I've lost heaps of my parents' money, and every supplier in Australia is maxed out, and I have nothing. I've been in that situation 3 times, and it's actually sometimes pretty hard to look at yourself, because because from the outside, I was getting all these awards too. I got finalist for Young Australian of the Year. I was getting Small Business of the Year. I get all this, like, media accolades and everything, but inside, I knew I was a failure. And you look at yourself in the mirror and you think, especially when people keep telling you you're so great, but you think, I'm actually not great at all. I'm actually a loser. I've lost everything and I got nothing. So the only thing, my parents, I lived with my parents. I think I didn't move out till I was about 27 or 28. I just lived with my parents, and I went to work, and then I got drunk on Fridays, and sometimes or not drunk on Saturday, and then work. And that's all my work was. All my life was just working all the time and pretending to be happy and pretending to be okay. And then if I wasn't at work, I was getting drunk. And that isn't a very sustainable, healthy life, because it's so fake. But it's not until I just kept going and kept going and kept going. And then I would sit down with the supplier. I'd sit down with Davey, for example. I'd say, look, can you just give me some stock? And then I'll sell it and I'll pay you for that stock straight away. And actually, all the suppliers were very good. Frank Williams, he was great. He helped me out with stuff. Davey was great. He helped me out with stuff. And, because once I was going bad, and when you're 22, when things go wrong in business, you don't even know. And that was before we had all the tills, and it was like a much more manual back in those days. So then I'd fix my business, and I'd just keep working and keep working and keep working, because I really didn't know. I didn't know anything else. All I did was know how to work, and then slowly things would get better. So thing number one is just keep going. and just know that it's not that fun. Like, there's fun times, but
No,
when you see how much work you've actually got to do, it's not actually fun. And
you're ruining my number 2. You're really so now, Paul, succinctly.
Yes.
Succinctly, number 1 is don't quit. What are the next 3 tips to running a successful business?
Okay, so the next
Succinctly.
Well, you've got to let me think.
Oh, well, come on, it came out of your mouth.
What's that?
It came out of your mouth.
I will say it, my memory's bad.
I'll give you a hint.
So
they all start
you've got to
with
know
treat.
With all what?
They all start with treat.
Treat. Oh, just tell me.
Oh my God! You said treat your staff properly, treat your suppliers properly, and treat your customers properly.
Yes, thank you. So relationships. You've got to value relationships. Thank you. Yes, I would say that is number 2. Because you've got to treat people properly, and you've got to let people make mistakes. So yes, treating people properly. Yes, thank you. I can't read that, by the way.
That was me giving you a red cross for fail. Right, Paul. If you do what you love, do you ever actually work a day in your life?
Okay,
Please explain.
Okay, so somebody that said that has never run an aquarium shop. So
never run a business.
Yeah, you never run a business, because the thing is, you can love something until it kills you, and then you hate it. For example, you can love breeding fish, for example, but if you're not making any money out of it, and you're working your ass off on it, and you're putting a whole lot into it, and you're not getting anything out of it, you don't love it forever. You get tired. You just get tired. So I think that I think that's a load of shit.
Excellent. Now, what do you see as the strengths of your marine customers and the strengths of your specific freshwater customers? So we're talking about the customer pool, freshwater and saltwater, that you have in your locality. What are their strengths?
Okay, so I would say that the thing that gels our customers more than anything else would probably be passion. Because we do really well with a customer that enjoys our relationship and is passionate about the fish. But also, I'm quite lucky because there's a lot of people that are fairly passionate about this shop too. So I think that passion is really the thing that makes this work. People that are not as interested in their fish, they're a smaller part of this business, because I think there's 3 sorts of customers. You got customer number 1, and they're the ones that come in and go, oh yeah, I've got a red fish, a blue fish, and a yellow fish. What can I put with them? And so their level of knowledge is near 0. And then you've got to work out what their fish are. Are they freshwater? Are they saltwater? Oh yeah, they sort of look like that one. And then you go and show them that's saltwater fish. Show them a freshwater. Oh yeah, I sort of look like that one. So then you got customer number 2. And what I've learned over the years, the customer number 2 at least knows the names of all their fish. And even if they only know 6 names, they'll say it with pride. They'll say those 6 names very confidently, and at least they know what their fish are. So they've got a level of identification with them. And they definitely are more passionate. They're definitely more, they've invested at least a little bit of time into them. And then a number 3 customer not only can tell you what the fish is, can tell you a little bit about the fish, and it's got more genuine passion. So basically what we do at Majestic is try to make the number 1 customers number 2 customers, and try to make the number 2 customers number 3 customers, because the number 3 customers are the lifers. The number 1 customers will get rid of their tank if something goes bad. The number 2 customers will get rid of their tank if they have to. And the number 3 customers will always figure out how to have a tank. So the idea is to try and inspire the customers to go up. And what I've learned is that the more you learn, then the more you enjoy. Because one thing that's happened to me over the years is so many people that come up and go, you're so lucky that you enjoy what you do. And if you knew my history, there's no luck. It's just hard work. There's failure and get back up. And so people say, oh, you're so lucky, you love what you do. But what I've learned over the years is I don't think luck's got anything to do with it. I think the more you learn about it, the more you're rewarded by it, the more you identify with it, and the more you enjoy it. So what I try to do is teach people. So I try not to let them just not understand. I try to actually teach them, and I send them videos to watch and try to inspire them to learn more, because it's my belief that the more you learn, the more you understand, the more you enjoy, and then they become real customers.
Yeah, agreed. I agree with that completely.
And passion.
Paul, what do you often see in your customers, marine and then freshwater, as a weakness in the area? There's something that you need to work on with them.
In this shop,
your customer base.
Weakness.
Yep, a weakness. Something that you're seeing. I'm not going to say across the board, but something that you're recognizing consistently.
Well, obviously there are lots of things that we recognize persistently, and then we obviously try to do things to monitor that. Like, for example, one of the big things is we have our 1, 2, 3 system with our fish, and that was a very big weakness. So basically, what happens now is you come into Majestic Aquariums, you look at clownfish, and next to it will have a 1, a 2, or a 3. And then a 1 is basically a fish that's very easy to keep. And if that fish dies and you come back with a sample of water and a video, we're confident that we could tell you why it died, so you can not do that again, and it will live. A number 2 fish may have some specific requirements, and we're not confident that that is necessarily going to be happen. And then a number 3 fish is a fish that we sort of say, good luck to you, because this is a hard fish to keep. It's probably got very specific requirements. You're probably not going to be able to do that. So in our shop, we mainly sell 1s and 2s. And then if we do sell a 3, we really try to make sure that when the person is taking this animal home, they know that this is a hard thing to keep. So it's hard to say no to a $1,000 Achilles tang sale. But at the same time, I think that it's our responsibility to say, this thing is a white spot magnet. And if it doesn't get white spot and it lives, that's really cool. But there's a good chance it will. So that's the number 3.
Are you saying the weakness in the customer is that these days the consumer is a little bit too quick on the trigger, a little bit too, I want this?
They're not as bad as they used to be.
Right.
Okay, so there are still some customers that are going to buy it anyway. So, but we try to give them the information to talk them out of it, because, obviously we don't want people taking animals that they might not be able to look after.
Yeah.
So we try to give them the tools, but at the end of the day, some people still do it. So some people do take animals that, oh no, it'll be right, or no, I'll just get a bigger tank then, or so I guess all you got to do is give people the right information. And as far as retailing is concerned, though, because this is something I've spent a lot of time looking at, and I've actually been able to read some of the very confidential studies. Some of the suppliers have done some pretty comprehensive studies that they've paid external people for their own marketing, their own understanding. And there has been times when I've got to sit down and read them, as long as they don't duplicate it or whatever. But basically, at the end of the day, if you've got a retail shop, I'm telling you now, the very most important thing is to have some kick-ass display tanks, and they've got to inspire people. So when you come in, the customer goes, whoa, imagine having that in my house. But the most important thing is it's got to be in your house. It's got to be able to go in someone's house so they can imagine it in their house.
Yep.
So you've got to have really good display tanks, and then you've got to have very knowledgeable service, because when the customer comes back, you have to have solutions for their problems. So we've been very, very careful in trying to sell people the right animals. I'm not saying it works 100% of the time, but we really try to sell the right animals to go in the shops, to go in their tanks. And the most important thing for us is when the customer comes back, if they bring us a video of their tank running and a sample of their water, we really promote, look, we can tell you what goes wrong, but we need a video of what's going on. And we tell the people to make a video so we can see all their food and all their products and stuff. And because I've been doing it for so long, and some of the other staff here are excellent, we can always work, most of the time, we can definitely work out what goes wrong so we can tell people how to fix it. So impatience is a big thing. but it's way better than it used to be. But see, what's a fault would be, I tell someone, no, you can't get it, and then I go over to their house for a few days later to fix something or whatever, and they already got it. So I would say a weakness for saltwater customers more than fresh, but fresh too, is you tell them no, then they just go to another shop and buy it.
Yeah, or they buy it online. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's definitely a weakness. I just told them they shouldn't buy it, and then they still do. So
well, that's, as long as there's a maintenance person, you don't get stung if something goes wrong and they blame you. Like white
yeah, well, I mean, obviously that does happen sometimes.
You know, they go and get a killing tank from G Marine, and next thing you're doing a maintenance job and they've got white spot.
Oh, his fish would never have white spot. No. Anyway, so no. So that happens, but no worries.
Last question in the hard chats, if I can find it. What are the 3 saltwater fish species that you will always sell? And what are the 3 freshwater fish species that you will always sell?
Well, okay, so obviously clownfish in saltwater is a really obvious one. Things like blennies, like I'm a big fan of like bicolor blennies.
Right, number 3.
I try to get them in, and then let me just have a. I love some of the cardinals because they're easy. Things like pajama cardinals and Bangay cardinals. They look like an Aboriginal painting that's come to life.
All right, we'll take that. Freshwater.
Yeah. Yep.
Freshwater. Number 1.
Well, freshwater. I would say catfish, like bristlenose. Like you sort of can't go wrong with bristlenose. I mean, things like I love Harlequin rose bearer. I love them. I love red tail sharks. So, I mean, obviously, I've got my favourites that I try to sell, but
surely not going to tell a red tail black.
Yeah, I love red tail black sharks.
I thought you meant bloody red tail catfish for a second. I was going to go, frick,
no, red tail black sharks. They're beautiful little fish, and the kids love them because they say it's a shark. You know, they're great little fish. Oh, I had one when I was a kid, and I never got over it. I loved it.
All right. Well, that was hard chats. I got a comment here for you. Badger Auntie 1974 says that informed sales is the sign of a responsible local fish store, and Paul has disappeared again. This might be his ADHD setting in. Paul, are you there? Paul's not there. So whilst Paul gets himself together, let's have a look at Senor Ding Dong's comment. Moorish idols, Paul, keep on multiples or singly? I have multiple. Not sure to recommend to others. They do like to fight. Can you read that, mate? Moorish idols, keep on multiples or singles? I think his audio was not working. Nah, I can't hear you, mate. Can't hear. I think he just said fuck, by the way. Paul turns 50 on Wednesday, everybody. No, can't hear. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, what I'm going to do is, because it's your birthday on Wednesday, I'm pretty sure that you said that everybody that comes past Majestic Aquariums on Wednesday gets a minimum 35% discount across the store. Was that right? Oh, hang on, you're turning 50. It should be a 50% discount across the store. Everybody, go in on Wednesday. Paul, sort you out. Good deal. He'll be in a good mood. I can't hear you. You got to. All right. While he gets himself sorted out, guys, well, I want to get in. I want to get a bit of a conversation with Paul regarding, I guess, legal fish. So, in case you're wondering, Paul is the aquatic advisor on the Pet Industry Association of Australia, which is the body that represents the hobby and the industry. I don't know if I should remove Paul or not. There we go. Remove Paul. The body that represents the hobby and industry to the government. So, in particular, I've since found out there's no more grey list, But in terms of a allowable list, a noxious or a not allowed list, what was the in-between grey list? We'll get into that in a sec. Paul's aquatic advisor on behalf of the PIAA to the government. So I'd really like to deep dive a little bit into some species and some case studies as to why certain fish weren't allowed or why they are allowed, and how to get things changed for certain fish that you're really into. And so if there's, can we ask them about Asian arowanas? Of course we can. That's exactly what I'm getting at here, Pratty. So if you've got some case studies, like for me, for example, why mascara barbs not allowed but filament barbs are, something like that. So if there's anything there that you'd like to ask, then don't be scared. Where is he? Okay. Can I complain about no koi in Queensland yet again? Yes. Well, that. Yeah. What's that? Pet industry would be a federal body, so yes, I guess you possibly could. I'm not sure how that goes across state borders. Does Paul rate Micromusa Lord Howensis? Paul Talbot is back in the office. Can you hear us, mate?
Yep.
There you go. We could have done sign language anyway. So just so you know, we've got at least 5 people coming into the store on Wednesday because they're looking for a good deal.
Good luck. So let me just tell you something about the aquarium industry. In regards to running a profitable aquarium,
yeah.
For me to run this shop, I have to clean fish tanks. So the shop, if you actually added up a shop this size and what it actually costs to run, in the old days it was awesome, but now the shop actually runs at a negative profit rating, which means if whatever discount I give you, I literally cost me, because the shop costs so much to run.
Yeah.
And the margins are so shit that the servicing we have 3 people full time on the road servicing tanks, and the profit from the tanks servicing allows us to keep the shop going. And our genius accountant, so we have been advised in the past, I won't say any time, that if you got rid of your shop, then you'd be rich if you just ran off all your servicing jobs. But you see, the thing is that's a chicken and an egg.
Yeah.
Because all the servicing, the shop gets the servicing, and then the servicing makes the extra money to keep the shop going.
Yeah.
Because the break even on this shop now is almost $2.5 million. And when it started, it was quite cheap to run. But everything just keeps going up and up and up. And our margins are coming down and down and down. So in regards to, I run the shop because I don't want to close it, and because it gets but in reality, it's just a fancy shop to get service customers.
All right, Paul, I'm going to ask a very question that annoys the shit out of me, and you're going to know the answer to, I think.
Yep.
So, an Ecotech Radiant XR30 costs what, retail? $1,700 thereabouts.
Yes.
Now, from what I understand, would you mind telling me what is the retailer's profit on a $1,700 light? It's about $100, isn't it? 150.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have that information right in front of me, but it's almost nothing. A lot of the top-end products, if you buy them from me or you don't buy them from me, I don't really care, because I don't really make much money from them anyway.
I remember
a lot of products now.
I remember Anya telling me that it was like $150 or something like that.
So we're going
to work on that. That means that you're buying the light for $1,550. So
or slightly under that, maybe.
Are you able to extrapolate what AquaBlue distribution might buy that light in at? What percentage-wise?
I'd be lying if I said I knew that. I don't.
You can't extract. What I'm trying to get at is you got AquaBlue next on down the tier, and then they're importing it from, I don't know if they're importing it directly from Ecotech.
They would
They would be. And then Ecotech has got their manufacturing costs, and then they got their parts costs from China. What I'm getting at is, why the fuck does that light cost so much money, and who is making all the money along the chain of custody?
Okay, so in the old days, it was very simple. The wholesalers sold you box lots, or they moved boxes, and in general, the wholesalers had about a 45% margin. The retailers generally had a 100% margin. and the theory was the retailers were giving the personal service and selling individual items. So therefore, the retailers' time investment per item was very high compared to the wholesalers. The wholesaler just sets up the tunnel, and then the wholesaler just sells to someone that knows. So they're just moving boxes, right? But over time, as the internet has came, and then everyone is slowly cutting margins, and it's still happening very aggressively now. So then what ends up happening is the wholesaler starts putting money on, and they can put whatever they want on it. Because in Australia, we have a lot of restrictions, and we have a lot of the products are made for Australia, and they don't necessarily sell it to us at the same price they sell other stuff. So because a lot of them is made for Australia, or they say it is, we're paying a premium for everything.
You mean because the power supply being 240 versus 120? And okay.
Yes. So they make up an Australian run, which compared to the American or European order, it's probably quite small. So we are paying premium for a lot of our stuff. Also, their freight to us in general is a lot, and a lot of our restrictions to bring products in, we're very strict. There's a lot of compliance for us. So bringing stuff in, there's a lot involved. Wholesalers have got a whole job actually doing their job. But at the end of the day, if they have a product that people want to buy, then they put their money on it, and then we have to fight over the crumbs. Because in the old days, the respected thing was the wholesaler gets a small cut because they sell more with less effort per item, and then we get a bigger cut because we're doing the one-to-one sales. But now that's all out the window because everything in retail is going down and down and down. So therefore, the wholesalers still get their full margin, and we get much less depending on the product. But I know a lot because I have very good friends with most of the wholesalers. But I'm telling you now, on a dollar item, a lot of the products the wholesalers make more than the shops do. And that's not the wholesaler's fault. The wholesalers are running their business, and they've got their own costs, and they make up their price according to what works, but the retailers don't. For example, if we sell a Radeon.
To me, that would make sense, and that would be okay if you were selling those Radeons as a commission basis once it's sold, and you didn't have to buy those products and have all that inventory sitting on the shelf outright.
No. So if you I'm just keeping my phone plugged in now. But if you went down to my Radeon section, for example, there's thousands and thousands of dollars worth of stock down there.
Yeah.
And you buy it, you get your 30 days to pay for it, but you own it. Like you go and you spend $30,000 on an order, and you get some. Well, not even a pallet. You know what I mean? Like you don't get much stuff with the high end stuff, and then the margin's so small, and basically. What happens?
But that's what I mean. You're investing tens of thousands of dollars to sit on the shelf.
Yes.
To make $800.
That's right. And occasionally someone knocks them off or whatever, and that puts you way back. Like I remember one guy stole one of those Tun's wave makers. We'd chase them out of the shop and get it back from him. You know what I mean? Like you can't afford to lose stuff.
Yeah.
And So what's happened is. Let's say in 1999, when I opened the shop, it was different because the customer was always right, and you put your price on and people respected it, and they'd buy it or they wouldn't. Whereas now, everyone somehow seems to think that aquarium shops are the place you go and try and get everything at the best price. But what a lot of people don't realize is that the cost of running a business is actually more than the stock you buy. So if you go and double all your money, you're actually still losing. Because especially a shop like this one, where I've got very highly paid, very skilled staff, and I have a very big shop in a rich area, and if you add up all my costs of what it costs to run this business, I'm telling you now, it comes just under $2.5 million a year. Now, the shop doesn't make $2.5 million a year. We can't sell that much. But with the servicing, we get by.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what's going to happen in the future, because all I know is that I'll just keep going and I'll survive, because that's what I have always done.
And because that's answer number one to a successful business.
Yeah. That I'll just keep going and I'll just work it out. Because now, I mean, I'm only in the shop now generally on the Sunday, most of the week I'm cleaning fish ponds, and I've learned about staff too. I've learned a lot about how to keep good staff. And so I'm generally moving fish tanks, setting up fish tanks, cleaning fish tanks, setting up ponds, cleaning ponds. And I'm mainly out just doing whatever needs to be done, because what I learned about staff is that they've got their week. And if you want them to do a good job, you let them do their week. But then if you stuff them up, start sending them places, it stuffs out their week. And then it stuffs with what they wanted to do. You know what I mean? So what I try to do now is I try to do all the stuff that no one else wants to do. So if we get a pond job, I go and do that. If I got an install, I'll go and do that. But then if it's a regular job, I'll get one of the others to do it. So if it's a regular service, I'll usually give it to a staff. I'll usually get involved. I'll get that, and then I'll give it to a staff. And I try and get the staff doing regular stuff, because they get in their mind how their week's going to work. And if you let them do it, they do a really good job. But if you start getting them to do this and getting them to do that, it stuffs with their week.
I know what you mean, because I ran a landscape design business for a while. We had a maintenance side to our business, and I had some guys that would go out there and take the vans and the utes out and do their maintenance runs, their gardening runs. And when I stepped back from doing that, the number of issues that were starting to arise was just exponential. And we had customers all the way through that basically said, look, David does a great job, but we want you to come and do the job. Because there was something in their mind that Paul Talbot doing the pond cleaning, even though he's doing the same job as Jonathan, who is his employee, that they're getting the better service from it. And in the end, it was much easier to say, yep, okay, that's fine. I'll go and do your hedges and do your gardens, and I'll get, David to go and do that counters type stuff, just to keep those customers happy, because those customers were the ones that were paying the bills. That was the along.
Well, I don't get that much anymore. So I used to get heaps of that, but now I sort of don't.
Is that because you're a has-been?
You could let's call that option A, and then option B is I tend to get involved at the very start, and then I'll usually hand over to Dean or Ned, or I'll usually hand over to someone else. So I usually don't get involved in regular work. So I'll come and get involved, or if that person calls and says, what's his name's a good bloke, but whatever. Then I'll get involved in the job again. I might go a couple of times. I'll go with the person. I'll figure out whether I've got to send a different service person, or whether the person just wanted to whinge or whatever. And you try to figure out what they're actually trying to say, because most of the time they're not trying to say what they say. You've actually got to look at what they're trying to say, which is under what they say. And so I actually don't really have that problem now, but I did used to have it really bad.
All right, Paul, do you want to yell at clouds with me for a little bit? Because
I don't know what that is, but sure.
Oh, come on, man! To yell man yelling at clouds.
No,
you don't know what old man yelling at clouds? Oh, jeez, Paul. No. All right, doesn't matter. What I want to do, I've got a really strong opinion on fostering and promoting the saltwater hobby in comparison to the freshwater. And it's something which has been in my mind for a while. And during the week, and there's been a little bit of chat going on through the chat, which was referencing something that happened on Facebook under the Marine Aquarium Fanatics Australia Facebook group. And I would like to know your thoughts on this, but let me tell you the full story, Paul, if you would allow me the time. And no, he's not 50 yet. He's 50 in 3 days. Don't forget, big discounts coming, 5% off. That's because you're 50, 5%. There was a post about the new Jabal or JCOD LED light that was being released. And it was in keeping with all that sort of OEM style Chinese stuff. It was in the appearance of a Radeon, as they are. And it was just like, oh, great. Now we've got a hopefully a budget option. And naturally, when that kind of post comes up into a fairly strong reefing community, you get two real sides to the argument, don't you? You get the real die-hard, buy once, never cry again kind of thing, spend your money, invest big time, that's all junk. And then you get the guys that say, I've had J-Bell pumps. I've never had any issues. Hopefully the lights are going to be great. This hobby's too expensive, rudder. And my response to that, Paul, and this is what I'm getting at, is I didn't really go into either of them. I basically said that this argument is the reason why I feel the saltwater hobby stays the same in popularity. Let me explain. Compared to freshwater is massive. And I feel like a lot of saltwater aquarists, when they think of freshwater as being aquascaping or breeding discus or African cichlids to the nth degree. But my understanding, especially in places like the States, and you would know more about this than anyone, the vast majority of freshwater sales and customers are guppies and goldfish and average community.
Glowfish.
So, and those people are not what the saltwater people are thinking. I don't think. I could be wrong. But those people will need to replace their guppies, will need to buy food, will need to get a new net that's been torn, will need to get their new Aqua One pump. They're the ones that would be in America, there's probably millions of them. In Australia, tens of thousands. They're the ones that are driving the day-to-day sales, not that elite discus keeper that knows where to go to get his stuff anyway. And so what am I saying here? I'm saying that salt water needs to foster that kind of hobbyist for it to grow and ultimately for it to kick back to the retail store. You're going to have your clownfish with your anemone and your green star polyps on the kitchen table. But that person is not the person that's going to want to fork out big dollars, just like the guppy and goldfish person's not going to be buying Chihiros or Lead Star or whatever. So what am I saying here? I'm saying that there seems to be this bash for people wanting to come in at a beginner entry level, and there seems to be a bit of a kickback against people looking to do it at that level at an affordable price. And what I want to go one step further is I feel like the brands are ultimately, in the long run, killing their own customer base by aiming straight to the top. So, for example, we've got two relatively new brands coming to Australia, Sea Torch, Delua. Both have gone to the premium price straight away, pretty much. They're not $1,700 or $1,000. But when I look at something like equipment for saltwater, there is a massive section in the middle for a low to mid-range price tier that would foster and promote that entry-level keeper, the guppy and goldfish keeper, the clownfish and GSP keeper. That would be the biggest market share and the biggest kickback for the local fish store. But the brands don't seem to want to foster that. They don't want to put out a no app version of their pump or their wave maker or their light. They don't want to do that. They don't want to put out just a no frills thing at 2/3 the price. And I feel like in years to come, that's only booting them in the bum and ultimately affecting their own revenue.
Okay, so I totally believe that the industry as a whole is way too elitist. So there is way too much start at $30,000 tank stuff.
Yep.
But the reality is that for most people, that isn't a reality. So one thing that we often have, I recently sold it, but I'll often have a very basic 50 litre Aqua L little nano, got some clownfish, got some fake coral, and a coral banded shrimp, and a snail and a strom or whatever. $1,000 on the counter down there, and I definitely get sales from that, because to get started, all you really need is a fairly basic setup, a clownfish, and some really and a very minimal amount of something easy, and you get someone started. So obviously, I think most shops can offer that, and I often have a display of that, but I am not that confident now that the display makes as much difference as it used to. For example, in the old days, you try to display everything the best you can, because that was their only reference point at really at all, besides going to the library or seeing their friend's tank, or there really wasn't what there was now. So in a retail shop, you have to have ball tearing displays. You have to have displays where a person comes in that knows nothing about fish and sees that and just they fall in love. That's not going to happen with $1,000 clownfish tank. But you got to get them with a ball terror. But no one can afford the ball tearing tank. So you need to have the big one, but you do need to be able to have a conversation with someone that comes in about where do you start. Because you can go, hey, look, this tank's $30,000, blah, blah. But you've got to be able to sort out pretty quickly, is this a $30,000 customer? Or is this someone that's going to save up and buy a $1,000 tank? So you do need to be, and as you get more experience, you definitely are able to, you think you're able to monitor the conversation better. So you go, hey, look, this is beautiful, blah, blah, blah. But you sort of explain, this is the Mercedes with all the bells and whistles. But you're probably not going to learn to drive on that car, because if you crash that car, it's really going to cost you some money. So what you might be better off doing is start with this car, and this is a 12-year-old Corolla, and you learn to drive on this one, because if you crash it, not a big drama. And once you get a little bit more experience, then you go to the big one. So the big ones are really important, because you need the inspiration.
Yes.
But then you suss the customer out. You try and work out what their budget is, but most of the time they have trouble giving you a budget, because they don't know whether that takes 1,000, 20,000, or 30,000, or they got no idea. So then you got to try and figure out. So the thing is that you got to see they want fish, right? That's cool. But then you explain to them that this is where you end, and you might not want to learn to drive on a $30,000 car. So how about you get this tank, you get started, and you try to suss out what their budget is, and then you explain to them. You go, look, probably what a good idea is: get the tank, get some fake coral, maybe some live rock if you want. Get some clownfish and some very easy fish to keep. Master that. Then where you start isn't where you finish.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, okay, I don't think anyone really should be bagging someone. I'm not going to say bagging, but it's the wrong word to use. But let's just use it, for wanting to look at a certain price point of equipment, such as that Jabao stuff. But the reality, I think, is that people will hunt down, including me sometimes, will hunt down that pathway, because the marketed brand products are too high. And do you have any opinion on why Kessel don't put out Kessel is a really good example, because they've got two knobs, but they're still bloody expensive. Why AI don't put out a 64 or whatever with no app and two dials, and why the same thing doesn't? And because that ultimately you can sell one light that's expensive, or four lights that's at a cheaper price point, but you're better off down there than there.
So I think the big thing that a lot of people forget is R&D. So with the Chinese brands, a lot of them do zero R&D. They basically just put it together. They wouldn't have a clue whether it grows a coral or not, and then they sell it.
Yeah.
And actually, some of the brands that have done cross-referencing in regards to their independent testing and stuff is a lot of the claims on various products, they're nowhere near true. Not like, as in, well, let's say, for example, Marine Pure. Marine Pure did heaps of marketing on surface area to volume ratios and how to actually grow anaerobic bacteria within a media without causing hydrogen sulfide and so forth. And they spend huge amounts of money on research. Then they've got to recap that money for that particular item. So basically, they need to try to figure out, okay, well, we've got this item, we've done all this research to create the item, and they know that product's going to have a shelf life. Because basically, what happens is a new product comes out, it's the new product, everyone wants to buy it, until someone else gets an edge, and they come up with an angle or whatever that is something slightly new, and then all the sales go over to the other one. So in this hobby, you'll watch this brand is the big thing, and then something else comes out. Now this one's the big thing. Now, so the products that do well and are long stayers are the ones that are actually investing in R&D. But I know the brands that do, and you'll be surprised how many don't. So if you don't invest lots of money into R&D, research and development, you can go and just rip off what, let's say Marine Pure, for example, right? There's all these fake Marine Pure products on the market, but they actually don't do anything that Marine Pure does, because Marine Pure has done huge amounts of research for the wastewater industry, like the aquarium industry doesn't have that sort of money, or polyfilters, massive amounts of research for the medical industry, and then the, let's say the fake Marine Pure products. So let's say every other product that isn't Marine Pure. So then Samco went and did independent research onto the surface area, void spaces, bacteria colonization of various things. And let's say this brand said it was XY, which is way more than Marine Pure, and actually it was way less. Or another brand says XY, and that's way less than Marine Pure, but actually it was way more. So Marine Pure, for example, is all about surface area to volume ratio, because you need to create a certain sweet spot with the oxygen in order to grow anoxic bacteria, but you won't get hydrogen sulfide. So basically, none of the brands had done any research at all. They must have actually just made up the figures and just put them on, because who's doing this quality checking?
But even a brand does their research and development and needs to recoup that. I'll keep on picking on Ecotech because it's the obvious one. The MP40 came out a hell of a long time ago. Now, their research and development money would be well and truly made back by now, but their price hasn't stabilized. It's continued to go up. But they've made their money back. So it's only wonder that they're going to get knocked off. And I just wonder if those brands are thinking about the long term of that small industry on the bottom there. Maybe in America, it doesn't matter because America's so freaking big and there are enough top tier buyers. And maybe in Australia, we have a really small eye line or eye vision of what's going on because we're tiny. Our top tier is tiny and our bottom tier is tiny. So maybe this is just a null and void conversation because of that.
I think that it's too hard to mix your message. And I think that Ecotech tries to sell a certain experience and a certain level of innovation. And the people that buy Ecotech are actually looking for a premium product with premium inclusions. So if they went and released a non-fancy version, then that's not what the brand is. So I think it confuses people.
So then why can't a new brand, a Sea Torch or Delure or whatever, why can these brands not see that there is a giant mid-tier gap? Not everyone drives a Rolls Royce, a Mercedes or an Audi, but a fucking lot of them drive a Ford Ranger. And he's gone. maybe we'd fuck this conversation. There's too many brands going on here. I'm out of here. I was just saying, mate, maybe there was too many brands being thrown around. Fuck this conversation. I'm out of here. You there, mate? Hello, Paul. Hello, Paul. All right, so Senor Ding Dong says you got some DMP 55s. I got some of the 55s and 60s on my tank as well. They're perfect. Paul, you there, mate? What were you saying? So you were saying, yeah, I can hear. They don't want to basically jeopardize their image, their brand, by going mid-level.
Yeah, so I think what they do is they try to create a customer experience, and then I think the customers that want the Radions want all the bells and whistles, and then if they created a Radion that wasn't the bells and whistles, then I think in some ways it's not a Radion.
So then,
I think it gets too complicated.
Why don't new companies realize that there's a friggin' massive mid-tier range that they can, like a Fluval range, no one needs to be in a Biz, they can be an Eheim, you know? That kind of thing.
But I'm not sure that those brands aren't available. For example, in the wave maker market, you've got lots of not as expensive, you could buy an AQUARIUM pump that turns on and turns off. You could buy AquaL or Fluval or other lighting that doesn't necessarily have an app. I love stuff that doesn't have an app personally because I way rather something that I just turn on and off.
I just reinstalled two 400-watt metal halides this afternoon.
Yeah, they're power hungry ones. So I
don't think there's any difference when you think about it. Like, what's those lights we're talking about are what, 215 to 240 watts? So between that and the 400-watt metal halide, what's the difference? They talk about heating and cooling and chillers and stuff. You need a chiller anyway if you're in a country. And besides that, in the wintertime, you'd be using your heater less. Like, I think that conversation is null and void. And when you see these guys with their tanks decked out for their big SBS tanks, they're freaking row to row, end to end, just, Radions. Then there's the strips, and then there's a Kessel here and a Kessel here, and it's like, and you're complaining about a 400-watt metal halide?
In that case, I definitely think that there is situations which are exactly what you said. But I think in general, if you don't overmax your tank, I think that, well, for example, in the shop here, we used to have halides run everything. And then when we got rid of our halides and we didn't max out their LEDs, we just put adequate LEDs on, we definitely did see a decrease in power. So without saying that's across the board, because there are examples like you just mentioned, but but in general, I think they are cheaper, but not. Yeah, but once again, you don't have to replace tubes as often, and yeah, I do.
Yeah, but I hate that argument. People say I can't stand replacing a bulb once a year, yet they're putting eyedroppers of trace elements in their tank every day.
Once again, it does depend on the person, and I mean, I definitely do appreciate the LEDs, but I mean, I won't say for 1 second you can't run a reef tank off, because we were running metal halides for a lot of our career.
Hey, Paul,
I probably don't miss them.
Before Praddy asks you got any metal halide bulbs lying around the shop?
I doubt it anymore.
That's the wrong answer.
I doubt there's any left. We haven't sold a metal halide in forever, so I really doubt I've got any hanging around.
All right. There was a question a while ago about cohabbing multiple Moorish idols. You got any experience on that?
Okay, so when I used to do a lot of diving, and I don't ever recall seeing a Moorish idol on its own. Yeah, and never. One thing I used to do for fun is you go and try to separate the Moorish idols, and they'd run off and they'd freak out until they'd find each other. So if you ask me, I think Moorish idols are a challenging fish to keep, but I do think you can keep them because I've had several that I've been involved in that have lived for long lives. But I will say that in the wild, they seem to be very strong paired. They always seem to be as a pair, and they always seem to be going somewhere. So I think that they're way better.
That varies in locality, though, because I've seen them as pairs, but I've also seen them in like trios and groups of up to 5 or 6, though. I think that does vary. I've definitely
seen them together, but I definitely think they're fret when they're on their own. So I think buying them on their own is not ideal.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So I've seen them work. I've had 2 staff members that have had Moorish idol singly for a long, long time. But in general, I would think buying it as a bonded pair or a pair that you buy together that look happy together in the fish shop, I think is a way better idea. But I'm never going to promise someone that's an easy fish to keep. I've had them, and I've been involved with ones that are great, but it's not the norm. And I think you should keep them together.
Okay. Do you ever, on that point, with any of your fish, insist on selling them as pairs? Like, for example, okay, this is a bit different, but let's say rainbow fish. Everyone wants the males, not the females, and you can't get rid of the females. So do you, Malawi cichlids could be the same. So do you ever go down a pathway where you say it's $40 for a pair? That's the way they're sold.
Yes. Yeah. So yes, we have done it. And yes, we do it. But probably what we probably tend to do is if we do get an individual fish where people only want to buy males, then we tend to just put the price right up for a single, and we write like one for $69 or three for one male, two females for, like $80
$90.
or whatever. So we've done that at various times. I can't think of any examples where we're doing that right now, but if I walked around the shop, we probably do. But mind you, I don't have that much to do with the day-to-day running anymore. So like, besides coming in on a Sunday and making sure that everything looks okay, during the week, I'm generally in and out. So yes, we have done that in the past, and we might be doing it right now, but I'd have to go and have a look at all the tanks.
Do you think there's something to be said for a fish such as the Moorish idol, like you're saying, where it's not so much about is it absolutely necessary, but it's more about the welfare of the fish when it goes to its new home and the potential for success? And so therefore, as an aquarium store, you might go, no, we're going to make a decision here that we're going to sell this fish as a pair because it's going to be, the chances of success are going to be higher. Have you ever thought about that?
So we will always try to give the customer that sort of information. We will always try to allow them to make a decision based on knowing that information, especially for one like the Moorish idols, because that is something that I'll regularly tell people. But we probably use more so the 1, 2, 3 system probably has more impact. Like, so if you go to sell a fish that's a number one, then if it wasn't going to do well on its own, then it's probably not going to be a number one. So I guess at the end of the day, we do try to tell people what we think they need to know before they buy the fish. So I don't believe in, because, some people are like, oh, you shouldn't sell it if you think they can't keep it. But I don't actually believe that, because I think you should give them the right information, but you also shouldn't assume they can't do it, because it's amazing how some people grow in the hobby. And like, for example, Goniopora. When I first started the hobby, everyone thought that you buy a Goniopora and it lived for like a year. But then you figure out, well, it didn't live for a year. It just took a year to die. And then once you start finding out a little bit more about the animal and what it requires, now keeping a Goniopora, they're not the easiest coral in the world to keep, but they're not that hard to keep anymore. But we figured that out by people keeping them. So I'm not a fan of telling people, like, unless it's in danger or something, which is obviously not what we're talking about. But if it's a readily available fish and it's not that easy to keep, I think it's our responsibility to share whatever information we've got about that animal. Tell them it's hard to keep. Tell them this, you're taking a risk on this. And that loses most customers, by the way. If you say to them, hey, look.
Do you think that I've got another belief here, and that is that every fish should be available to someone that wants to buy it. But I don't believe that every fish should be available over the counter from a retail store. In other words, I feel like I should be able to come to you and state my case to keep a coral eating butterfly fish, but that you shouldn't have it in the store. We should talk about it. I can tell you what my plans are, what my experiment is, what my thought process is. You can decide as a retailer if I'm down the right pathway. You can advise me, and then you can order it in. The same might be said for a barramundi. How do you feel about that?
We get a lot of that. So we have a lot of people, let's say several a week, that will come in and talk about something they're thinking about keeping, So they clearly see that we don't have it, but obviously they're talking to us about it, and we will just talk with them about it. And if it's something that we don't keep, there's probably a reason why we don't keep it, because we, in general, try to keep number ones, and then we prioritize number twos, then we try not to keep number threes. But we will just tell the customer, hey, look, this fish is available, but I have trouble keeping it. So if you can keep it, that's cool. But so I spend a lot of time talking people out of buying fish. So as far as fish is concerned, I am the worst fish salesman you'll ever come across, because I sell fish to people that I can't talk them out of it. And so, and once again, I don't really care, because in the aquarium industry, I try to look after the customers, because my money comes from a happy customer. My money doesn't come from whether you buy a fish off me or not, because actually, I actually did a whole bunch of work into our sections, and basically a lot of the sections in the shop actually lose money, don't even make money. So if you looked at all the effort that we put in to run our freshwater fish, and if I took you down and showed our systems, the size of the UVs, the size of the ozone, the size of the filters, the size of the skimmers, we overdo everything, and we keep our fish to a certain standard. But that requires very well-paid staff. That requires a lot of education, a lot of passion. And we teach people that, you know what, if you're buying fish from us, you're buying fish that have, come from a certain way of being collected to the way we treat. Well, buying a fish is not the same, because you could buy a fish that comes from, let's say, a country that doesn't have the same quality of husbandry and all that Australian suppliers do, don't have the same collection techniques, don't have the same collection boats, and then they come to Australia. They haven't been fed for bloody months. They've been through all different quarantine rooms. Then they come to Australia, and there are some fish that are hard to keep just because of the journey that they've had to get here. So if you actually say to someone, look, this is a very hard fish to keep, I personally have trouble keeping it. It's not that hard to talk someone out of it. But if you do it on the reference of the animal's welfare, which should be priority number one, then obviously some people will not buy it on the balance of the welfare. But if you sell it to the person on the basis of, well, good luck keeping it because I can't, I think you do have to suss your customer out a little bit. But to me, I don't want to sell a customer a fish that is going to upset the customer's experience. Because to my business, losing the customer is the most important, is the worst thing. Because I don't even care if you buy my fish or not. Because to be honest, the work that we put into our fish might be more expensive than everyone else's, but our fish have got a much better chance of living, because we have way more experience, we have way better systems, we have way better paid, more experienced staff, and our fish are not that cheap. And I always tell people, look, you can go there and buy the fish cheaper, but there's not, dead fish is not a cheap fish. You buy it half price, but if it dies, then that's still more expensive than my fish. So I don't sell fish because I think I need to sell fish, because the reality is I don't think I need to sell fish. I actually think I would have more money if I didn't sell fish. I could get rid of the fish and just let other shops sell them, and I'll go and clean their tanks.
Go and clean their homes.
Yeah, I'll go and clean it. So I don't think there's much money in saltwater fish. Actually, when I did my full set of sums, I actually think my saltwater fish section cost me money. I don't think the effort we put into it, I don't think we make more than that back. So tropical fish make a little bit of money. Plants make not much, but maybe a little bit of money. Dry goods are okay, depending on a lot of dry goods you make basically nothing on, because the other thing is you've got to understand your margins. And for a business this size, with the amount of staff that get paid as well as my staff do, and as the margins get smaller and smaller, the amount of product you need to sell to run the shop, if I doubled the money on all of my products, I would still be losing money. So the aquarium industry right now in Sydney, it's not a very sustainable industry. And all these people racing to the bottom.
Paul, are you finding that there's differences, because you get out and about, you're a man of the world. Do you find there's differences in Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne in the regards to local fish stores, the way the volume, the way they interrelate? Like, for example, Brisbane has got shitloads of local fish stores, shitloads, and more than Sydney. And then when I go down to Melbourne, I was told by some of the crew in the chat that the Melbourne stores don't like to talk to each other. They don't
Yeah,
work together.
totally.
And
I
it's
think
like,
each area is different.
What's the go?
Huge.
What?
Huge
So,
difference. Okay, so a couple of issues here. Now, as far as the presentation is concerned, in Sydney, I think in general, I think a lot of our presentation is actually quite good. Like you can walk around in my shop, it's always clean, everything's always healthy, everything's always in stock. You know, there's a certain level that we try to do. Now, when I go to Brisbane, I think all in all, I think a lot of shops in Brisbane are actually pretty good.
they are.
So I think the Brisbane shops are pretty good, and I think there's more of them. So, I mean, looking from the outside in,
Why do you think there's more stores in Brisbane in general?
I think it's
What
cost
is it
of.
about Brisbane?
I think that the rent and all that is cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, the cost of renting my business now, when I first moved into this place in 1999, I was paying $700 a week. Now I'm paying $3,800. So just to give you an idea of the not last rent renewal, the one last rent renewal, three years, it went up 22,000. It's about to go up again, another 22,000. The one before that, 3 years before that, it went up 40,000, which is how much I paid when I moved in here. So it went up. I think it's way more expensive to do business.
Okay, so you're kind of saying that the stores, not all the stores, but maybe some of the older stores in Brisbane, they've got their overheads are less, and therefore, even if they don't make as much money, they can just keep ticking along because they're passionate about the hobby.
Yes, and everyone, I'm going to say everyone, right? Every shop that goes bust in Sydney, or every shop that's going bust in Sydney, they say one thing: my rent's about to go up. Basically, all of them. It's the same thing. So when your rent goes, when your rent renewal goes up, that's when people go, you know what? I can't do this anymore because you get tired, you know. And my rent, do you know that? I don't know how, but every time my rent goes up, it seems to be how much money I made that year. So it's like, okay, well, if I made 40 grand profit this year in aquariums, you'd be surprised that sometimes there's no profit. If I make 40 grand, somehow that's how much my rent goes up. It always seems to go up as much or more than I made.
Can I ask a potentially obvious question? Is your landlord also your accountant?
No. Yeah, no. No.
All right, I got some questions for you.
My landlord is very rich. He doesn't need my money.
Why are Melbourne stores so bitchy then? What's the go down there?
That's a mega thing because when I go down to Melbourne, they hate each other. So that is absolutely. So let's say that some people agitate that, but I definitely think that there's a massive wars going on within Melbourne. So the other thing is that I noticed in Melbourne is that all the shops seem to be very focused around fish. Like I go into shops in Melbourne, and I do think, as a generalization, not as a rule, I don't think the retailing in Melbourne, to me, looks anywhere near as polished as Sydney or Brisbane. So you walk in Sydney or Brisbane, and it's an aquarium shop. You know, you can see display tanks, you can see. I just feel like the retailing is better. But then there's odd shops without naming any, and I'm not saying they're all like that. But I go down to Melbourne, and I go past the fish rack that it looks like it's about to fall over. Like it's all rotted at the bottom, and the shop's presentation, some of them they're terrible. Like you would almost have to get a bulldozer and knock it down and start again. Because
that doesn't affect the reason why they're not working together, though. Why aren't these retailers working together for the greater promotion of the hobby down there?
I think that they focus on selling fish because I think they think that it's all about selling cheap. Because in Melbourne, the bitching with all the retailers are, oh, I can't get enough money in that. I can't get enough money in that. But then you go to their shop and the presentation's terrible. Okay, now in my shop, right? Watch this. If someone comes up to me and asks for a discount, I look around the shop and there's a ladder out and there's an unpacked box, and if you don't have the respect for your shop that someone's not going to trip over something walking around, then people want discounts. But when your shop looks like David Jones and you have beautiful display tanks, there's no ladders to walk around because they're put away. There's no hoses to trip over. Everything's clear, everything's priced, everything's done, and you have that respect for your shop. People don't seem like, I'm not saying that never happens, but people don't seem to ask for a discount. Some do. But as a generalization, the better your shop is, the clearer it's set up, the better priced it is, the better well stocked it is, then people don't seem to worry so much about the price when they're in the shop. But if you go to a shop and you're tripping over shit and it's not clean and there's algae and there's unpacked boxes and you don't have that level of respect for your shop, I feel like the customers don't have that level of respect for your shop. And they seem to be price driven. But then down in Melbourne, people go, oh, I can't sell that, it's too expensive. I look at their shelving. Honestly, some of the shops in Melbourne, they're selling stuff in a unpackaged box with Chinese writing on it. So, and I mean, actually, this is something I've got. I can start going into flashbacks of Vietnam with my PTSD. But if you in your shop, you got to be very careful of the brands you sell, because in your shop you have to have brands that you stand by and brands that you promote. And unless they're the right brands that suit your business, you're killing your own business. For example, Coral Box, for example, right? If you want a really good value, they've got some really great value products, right? They may not be the world's best quality, but for what you're paying, you can easily justify it. So anyway, there was a while there where someone else inspired me to start stocking some of these brands. It was the dumbest decision I ever made, because I started carrying, some Sea Torch or whatever the cheaper brands are. I shouldn't say that brand, because I don't have experience with that brand. So let's say a brand that you can buy cheap online. If you stock that in your shop, all you're doing is chasing away your own customers. Because the thing is, let's say you buy Coral Box or you buy a product that is very much an online sold product, and you put your name behind that brand, because I'm going to people's houses all the time, and customers love lying to you. So, for example, I go in and I'm like, I tell them, look, I'm going to need an extra wave maker. I'll bring one next time I come. Now, okay, thank you. And then they go, oh, it's all right. Don't worry. I found my wave maker. And you go, oh, okay. And they just lie to you. And you go there and they've got a Coral Box wave maker, because obviously they've just gone online to buy the same product you were going to sell them, and it's half the price. So I think shops have got to be very careful who they support. If you support brands that they can buy cheaper online, or let's say significantly cheaper, then you're just shooting yourself in the foot. I think that as a brand, you've got to have a certain respect for your business and a certain respect for the brand, and you've got to show some loyalty to those brands. And if you're selling a brand that someone can buy half price online, then you're doing yourself a disservice.
But that also brings me back to those brands producing product at a mass level, a level for the masses, I should say. So you could talk about premium, but like use Red Sea tanks, for example, with them blowing out their front seals. How much are these tanks costing everybody all the time? And it's a consistent issue across different generations of the tank. So, there's a premium brand with a not so premium product.
But that's very easy to say, but then you have to actually look at what their stats are. Because I think you'll find that, not saying they've never had a problem, because, I've had one or two go within my own customers. But they are restructuring and they are trying to, create a situation where there's less of that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, when you're selling a tank like a Red Sea, you have to level it properly. Otherwise, there can be issues.
And the biggest thing that blows me about those tanks is that when you open the doors, they're meant to be flush with the underside of the glass that sits above, so that when you look at the stand, the glass is overhanging, cantilevered across the stand. And then that's that front pane, which is on the front of the base, completely unsupported. Freaking blows me away.
But the way so it's let's without saying that's ideal, because I'm not going to say that's ideal, but I'm also not going to say that maybe that's the problem you think it is. So without trying to defend that, because I'm actually not trying to defend that, but also at the same time, the way silicon pressure works, for example, is obviously you need to stabilize the base, and I mean, so they do actually stick out a little bit.
Yeah.
So without me saying that that's ideal, because I'm not saying that's ideal, but at the same time, I don't think it's as big an issue as you think. Because the other, so providing that it's a nice thick base, providing it's leveled properly. The way silicon works is this way, silicon is unbelievably strong. But the problem is silicon is not so strong that way.
Yeah.
So if your stand is not completely flat and level, and if there's any of this movement, because it's not completely flat or level, there's a little bit of this movement, then tanks can have issues. But the main problem above anything, and I'm not saying that it actually was a set of Red Sea where they changed where the leg is, and so they are actually trying to improve it. And I'm not saying that they're perfect, but at the same time, I think if you looked at, because I know that I did bring this up, because I used to be the face of Red Sea for a few years, because when they did the very first Red Sea DVD was hosted by me, the Red Sea Max DVD, and then they are evolving their products, and as far as the stats are concerned, I did say to them, look, we've had a couple of tanks go, blah, blah, blah. And over the years that I've been selling Red Sea, which is my whole life, I have had odd problems. But when you measure up, okay, how many problems have they had versus how many tanks they've sold, it's still pretty good. So unless
Oh,
you have
sure.
their figures, if you go online and this guy says, oh, my tank blew up, and it probably did. But did they buy that tank secondhand and it was already 15 years old? Did they level it? Did the person before level it? Like, there's all these other variables, which I don't think it's that simple.
Yeah, I agree, but there's a business called Aquariums R Us in Brisbane. You would have known them, and they make those old-fashioned style aquariums. The typical glass aquarium. I had a 6x2x2 for 18 years, and the only reason it broke is because I cut it apart, reused the glass for my Saratoga tank. And I would never build a stand where the front glass is not supported by the front rail. You wouldn't do it. It's just
I wouldn't do it. No. But at the same time, if you were building a tank, I don't think you would do that. But in saying that, I'm also not going to say that with the amount of Red Sea tanks that I've been involved in, I'm not going to say that that's necessarily a big problem. So I'm not saying it's perfect, but obviously that's the decision they've made to make it work the way it works. In reference to the old school tanks, like, I'm a St. George Aquariums person, and St. George Aquariums would sell you a tank and stand, a solid timber stand with a float glass tank with adequate amounts of construction 1200 silicon. They would even put braces in it. Zero fucks about what it looks like, but you could roll it down some stairs and it would still survive. But the thing is that the market demand's changed, because even there's various shops in Melbourne that I go down and see, and they've got all the old tank and stands, and that's cool because you know what, you buy them and they do last 18 years. But that's not what the market wants anymore. So we can get, for example, again, an old tank and stand and put it there, and people go, oh, there's one of those old tank and stands. Like, they don't necessarily buy it. So you do have to move with the times in regards to what people want, something now that fits in with their homes. It's got to look modern, and the phases change. Like, you just got to be up to date with for a while it's like it's all about the open topped aquariums. Everyone's got an open topped aquarium. Then everyone gets sick of their fish jumping out, and now they've got those lids. Now everyone's got those mesh lids. Now that's the big thing. So everything goes through phases, and every phase has got its advantage and disadvantage. But one of the other big things that people don't realize about aquariums is the type of silicon you use. Because if you actually check a lot of the silicons that people make aquariums out of, their tensile strength is actually terrible. You shouldn't be making aquariums from them. And a lot of those tanks, the Chinese ones, if you actually check, they've got a 1-year warranty. And so after 1 year, it's like, oh, sorry, the warranty's over. But
you mean like a Blue Planet or something like that?
Some of the aquariums that only have 1-year warranties, some of them, the construction of them The amount of silicon they use is not enough.
Yeah.
But the type of silicon, like for example, construction 1200 silicon has the highest tensile strength that has ever been available to us, and that is getting made in another country now, and the tensile strength of that has even gone down. So a lot of the silicons that people are using, the cheaper silicons, they're really not fit for purpose, especially for the big tanks. And a lot of people
Yeah.
don't understand the tensile strength of, and people are using these black silicons and stuff. They are not as strong because there is a percentage of dye in there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's all about fashion over function now. So in regards to that little lip, I'm not going to create a big deal about that. Would I do it when I was building a tank? No. But at the same time, I've been involved in so many tanks that if they're leveled properly, installed properly, I'm not saying I've never had a problem, but for the amount I've installed, I don't have a problem. But I'll tell you where the big problems come when you move it. Because what you got to understand with the fish tank is that you have to level this thing. And actually, you know what? It takes real skill to level them. So when you go, it takes time to level a tank. Now, do you know how many people buy a tank? They buy it online. They go and set it up. I mean, I've been to people's tanks where you almost can, slightly exaggerated, but you can almost rock the thing.
Yeah.
And if you don't level it perfectly, and there's any high point at all, the chance of it cracking is very high. And if you don't level it perfectly, then the chance of it letting go is actually very high. Because if it's slightly out, right? Because silicon, once again, if you have a glass lid and you have a silicon lid holder, you could be the strongest man in the world and you'll never pull it off. But
No.
mind you,
Yeah.
that same bit of silicon, it's just a lid, right? A little handle. You can go, boop, and you can just turn it and rip it off sideways.
Yeah.
Silicon is not strong this way. It's very strong that way.
Yeah.
So therefore, if you don't level your tank fully flat, completely flat, then there'll be some movement in the silicon seams because it's not fully level. And
Yeah.
when you buy the tank, the silicon will hang on till it can't. So if you buy a tank and you don't level it properly, which is definitely a percentage of people that buy a Red Sea, they don't even have the skills to level it properly, level it properly. And then they go and set a tank up on it. They don't know how to level it properly. They've not leveled it properly. And then they keep the tank for, let's say, 4 to 6 years, whatever. And the silicon's basically had its day now because it's not pulling like that. It's pulling a bit like this. And there's no strength this way. But then the problem is they sell it. Oh, yeah, mate, I've had it for a couple of years. And they sell it. However long they've had it sell, then they sell it to someone else. And that dude
Yeah.
doesn't level. He says he's
Yeah.
then it leaks and goes, yeah, I leveled it perfect, man. And you go, it's not
Yeah.
leveled at all. And the other thing you got to learn about people now, everybody lies. Like the amount, like I'll have even a customer, I've got a really great relationship. So do you know what I say to my customers all the time? Oh, that's interesting. Because I never say yes or no, because there's no point saying, I don't even sell that, you bloody liar. Like I'll have someone say to me right to my face, like, oh, I think I bought it on the weekend at your shop. I'm thinking, yeah, maybe you did. Or maybe not, you liar, because I don't even stock that product. You know what I mean? Like, how much customers lie to you these days is just off the rails. So the thing is that, let's say that someone buys a Red Sea tank, right? And then they're like, oh no, my Red Sea leaked and I've only had it for 2 weeks. But they don't tell you that they bought it off Bob, who had it for 7 years, and Bob
Yeah.
didn't tell him that he bought that off Daniel, and he had it
Yeah.
for 6 years. You know what I mean? So
And
at the end of the day,
it sat dry for 6 months and took a trip across Sydney in the meantime
Yeah.
as well.
and then you wonder why, and then it leaked. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, everyone lies. So that's why, like, as far as Red Sea tanks are concerned, I've sold so many of them. To be honest, I've had a couple of problems, but for the amount of them I've sold, I think they're excellent. I don't think they're perfect, but I think they're excellent tanks. I think Cades are excellent tanks, and I think if you level them properly, then I think they're great. And
Okay.
I think they are premium products. And I think there are products on the market that are nowhere near as good as those two. And I think the key is you got to level them, and you got to understand that if you buy a second-hand tank, especially if it's not braced or bridges, if there's no brace or bridges and there's nothing to hug that tank in, you're completely relying on a silicon seal that, if not level, is not even strong. Because once again, silicon, if you have a fully level tank and the tank's pulling like that, it's really strong. But a tank that's pulling with, it's not strong.
Mate, I got to see, all I'm looking at you is up at Carmen's with your dance moves at the moment, doing this. That's all I'm seeing.
Yeah, well, good point. I'm actually not at Carmen's, but yeah, that's okay.
You can't tell me you haven't been to Carmen's sometimes in your life.
I sure have been. Yes, I
have. Paul Talbot, time 4.
Much smaller goldfish.
Quick tips. Fast questions, fast answers, Paul. Are you a better musician or a better aquarium retailer?
I'd probably say aquarium retailer.
Has your father forgiven you for losing all his money twice?
Yes, I think he's very proud that I paid it all back. No, I think he's very happy.
Excellent. Paul McCartney or Flea?
Well, I was named after Paul McCartney, and I've seen him live, as in I've been to his concerts about 3 or 4 times because my dad was a big Beatles fan. So my name's Paul, named after Paul McCartney, and my son is James, named after James Hetfield from Metallica. So I'll say Paul McCartney.
Paul McCartney or Billy Sheehan?
I'll still Paul McCartney.
Paul McCartney or Keanu Reeves?
Paul McCartney.
Very good. All right.
I think
I'm dealing with much smaller goldfish.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah. No, I'm a big Paul McCartney fan. Did you ever hear the story about Paul McCartney when he tried to get into the Viper Room?
No.
Because this is a classic. I watched a YouTube video on it. But basically, there's Justin Bieber and Justin Timberlake and all these famous people and Paul McCartney, and they're going into the back door of the Viper Room, and then the bouncer stops Paul McCartney and goes, "I'm sorry, mate. This is a VIP exit entry. You can't get in this way." And then Paul McCartney goes, "How VIP do you need to be?" And then he just turns around and goes and gets into the limo. And then Justin Bieber and Timberlake and all that, they're going, "You just kicked out a Beatle." And he's like, "What?" And he goes, "You're going to lose your job." You're like, he's trying to find it on YouTube. It's great. I love Paul McCartney.
All right, mate. Now, listen, a couple more questions, but we got to get into a bit of legislation stuff quickly, hey? But let me just make sure that people's questions have been answered. We've got to make sure that the people are happy. And I've been highlighting them for some time because we do know that you can get onto a rant. And so I've saved up a fair few questions here, mate.
Yep.
If only I can find them. Where are they? There. Why can't I buy Tunzi in Australia anymore?
Because basically it's gone through various suppliers, and being a fairly good quality German product, we're just not getting. You'll find that the wholesalers just aren't getting the margin on it. So I think you'll find the Germans too are very, like, as we deal with a lot of companies, they're very rigid in the way you deal with them. And so I think that either you've got to make your business work with the way they like it, because they don't seem to like changing things. So I think that Australians and Germans, though Australians have a lot of respect for German products, I don't think we actually work that well together. So I think you find there's relationship issues. So it's not just about the brand, it's about the relationships behind the brand. Right. And I know that selling Tunz is not as easy as you think.
So is something like Eheim just so encroached in the hobby that that's not an issue anymore?
No, it's totally an issue. And Eheim is not. If you looked at Eheim's market share, for example, when I worked at St. George Aquariums, basically every person had an Eheim filter. Whereas now their market share they've got a market share, but it's nothing on what they were. So margins and that would affect them too. But I think Tunz is a fairly niche brand. It's a very pioneering brand. It's a very good brand. But I think that shops they're just not getting the wholesalers aren't getting the margin that they want. The shops aren't. I think it's all about margin that kills it. I think great product, but I think commercially there's just not the margin and the relationship that there could be.
Okay. Any sun power units out in the back, Paul? Sun Power, ATIs.
No, I haven't dealt with any of that for a long time.
Righto.
And also, Majestic is they don't keep it shop, by the way. So we have very little junk in this shop. Because the other thing about I go to shops, there's so many shops full of crap that's been there for years. But in Majestic, if we haven't sold it in 3 months, we're basically looking to get rid of it. So you can't afford dead stock anymore. So we don't. If we're not selling one every 3 months, it's gone. So we're getting rid of products all the time. We sell them off cheap, and we don't keep them. So you can't afford to have dead stock. Because I walk around people's shops, and actually even some of the shops in Melbourne with all the plain boxes, it looks like the way they stock their shelves is go, all right, one over there, one over there. So I think thinning your shop out and getting rid of stuff you don't sell and getting rid of things you don't stand by, you have to.
Yeah. Okay. What do you believe is the hardest to keep fish and coral for the marine hobby in Australia? Fish and coral, hardest to keep.
Well, I mean, obviously, to keep a reality on that question, some of the anthias can be trialing to keep. Any of your really free swimming water fish like trevallies and stuff that love crashing into things are relatively hard to keep. Things like your Moorish idol that have got fairly specific feeding requirements are hard to keep. So I would say in regards to common, I'd say that Moorish idol might be definitely one that you're going to point out because it's something that a lot of people want to keep and it's not easy. And the other one I'd say is the good old discus, because there are still some of your apistogrammas and discus. People will buy them that really are not set up properly for them. So I would say apistogramma and discus in freshwater would still, and even rainbows can be one that can upset you because you can get a tank of rainbows and they get a bloody vicious bacterial infection and you'll lose them and you get flashbacks of Vietnam for that.
And have you got any specific corals that you get in the store that you go, fuck, why do we just keep on buying this because it's just a pain in the ass? And obviously the most obvious one would be a non-photosynthetic coral, but putting those aside, is there a certain, it could even be a certain color morph or something common, like Recordia or something that just fucking every time causes you grief?
Probably not, because I think we are very careful about not buying things that, because I don't do the purchasing of the coral anymore. Luke does that. And if we lose them, it's very rare for him to buy them. So, I mean, you can get, homophilias and sort of like scully type things that sometimes are hard to keep. Even like some of the gonies for various people still struggle with them. A lot of the gorgonians we don't really bother with. So there's absolutely corals that we call number 3 ones that we try not to keep. But in this shop is not, we really don't, we try to keep our waste very low. So we buy very little, strange butterflies that we can't keep. We don't tend to stock most of that stuff. If we'll buy anthias that are hard to keep, we try not to do too much of that. So it's out there, but we're really not that shop. We try to sell the fish that we think people can keep.
Okay.
And once again, if they want them, we'll order them. But this is not a shop. If we go down there and look at the fish section, you're not going to see lots of non-easy fish.
Yeah. Okay. There were some questions up here, but I think they're more for the chat than for you specifically. I'm just trying to keep up to date because it's so easy to get so far behind, Paul.
Sure. And as you know, I go off the rails with everything.
I know, mate, and I'm one ear there, one ear there. Trying to listen, trying to keep up on the date. There's talk about Victoria and the Corey. What's his name?
Yeah, Corey, that guy. He's coming out. Yep.
Yep, he's coming out. There's a bit of talk about that. I've got to admit, I can't watch his videos. I'm sick of listening about broth. It just drives my head in. What is broth anyway? Must be soup. They talk about soup a lot over there. But good. I've got to say, Paul, actually, that's an interesting question for you. I went down there to Victoria and I went to a meeting of the ASOV, Aquarium Society of Victoria, and they had their own facility, their own building. It was all decked out. They get speakers in, as you can tell with Corey. Fucking brilliant. A really, really good setup. And I thought to myself...
I've been down there to talk a few times. It's great.
Have you? It is brilliant, but
Yeah.
there is not something like that in Sydney, is there? Or Brisbane. Brisbane's got the
Well,
cichlid group, but it's not quite the same. And there's ANFA.
but yeah, so if you get a wealthy person die and leave you a property and all of that stuff, then that's sort of cool. So they had like a life member that was very wealthy, and that whole hall and all that was donated in the will of a certain guy, which
Yeah,
was his heart was in the Victorian Aquarium Society, as far as I understand.
yeah.
So apparently he when he died, a very large sum of money did go to the Victorian Society, and I think that they're honouring him and his wishes. And I think those guys are. I've been down there and spoken a few times, and I think those guys are doing a great job. And I think they're honouring the wishes of a friend of theirs that wanted that to happen. So I don't think that you can ever expect Brisbane or Sydney or whatever to get anywhere near that without someone with the resources and the passion to give it to them, you know?
Well, you don't necessarily need to have your own building. I mean, I was a massive part of the Australian Herpetological Society back in the day. It was a very important thing to me, as well as the Southern Shire Caged Bird Society, Paul. That might still be running for all we know. I recall distinctly telling my mother it was more important for me to go to that than have my own birthday. They didn't own their own grounds. They were in rented facilities. And I was thinking about this the other day. I listen to a lot of podcasts that come from America, and the club scene over there. There was one that was rapping with Reef Bum that was recently about clubs and whatnot. Even though clubs are in decline over there, it's such a big part of their life. The freshwater, they've got their BAP program, their Breeders' Award program going on. There's a conservation one. There's one for plants as well. Then there's all the saltwater setups. I mean, obviously they've got a massive population compared to Australia. Do you think that's the only reason why clubs in America are so successful compared to Australia? Or do you think it's part of the culture of belonging that they seem to have with religion, schools, everything, government, all that kind of stuff?
So I think it's hard to compare in reference to American people do seem to be more proud of and more involved in things like that. So, I mean, I've spent a lot of time in America, like back in the old days when I used to promote my DVDs, I'd go around to all the different expos and trade shows and go to all the shops and all that sort of stuff. So I think there is definitely a cultural difference. But then I think there's also like a geographic difference too, because in Australia, there's like if you actually looked at what the Sydney Cichlid Society do, they do some great stuff. It's very hard to criticize them because, you know, they're doing their thing and it's working. But to get enough money to do what some other ones do, because in general they raise money, but then they want to put the money back, because obviously the plan of a club most of the time is to give as much value as possible to the members. So to create an experience like what they've done down in Victoria without an injection of money is, let's say, not that easy. But I think a lot of the clubs, for what they actually do, I think a lot of the clubs do a really good job. But I don't think the Australian person is as, I don't think they're looking for it as much. Like even with events, for example, right? In Majestic here, we used to do events all the time. We'd do events with Ad Connings here. We'd do events with Julian Sprung here. We'd do, and then we'd put on like kids' days and family days and all this stuff, right? But then generally, then sort of towards mid 2000s, and then after that, once the internet became big, our events just started dying. Now, so there does tend to be some good events that come and go, but sustainably running events in Australia, it's really hard. And I think a
Yeah.
lot of it is the geographics. Like, for example, let's say you're going to put on a reef stock or something. If it gets too big or if it gets too regular, then you just can't draw everyone. Like, for example, let's say the first time, let's say that you made up, for example, Adam's Coral Swamp, and you promote the crap out of it. You find the first one is really successful because it's new and people from all over Australia come to it. Then the second one, it was so successful that then you put on another one and it's
Yep.
slightly bigger. it's cost you more, and then you promote the crap out of it. Then that one just sort of scrapes by. You understand that you didn't really make money the first time because it was just a trial, but it went pretty well. Then you put on a slightly bigger one. You spend more money on it, and okay, well, it probably lose a little bit of money. Then they try and put it on again, and then it just dies in the ass. So I've been involved in, I would say, most of the shows that have occurred, and some of them that never got off the ground as well. I've been involved in shows where people have put a lot of work and research and life into it, and it hasn't actually got off the ground. Because the other problem with Australia is everybody lies to you. For example,
you're on that trend. Why is everyone lying to you, Paul? What is it about you?
Listen to this. So this guy, he sold the tattoo show, right? And I met him because he came into my shop. He's like, "Oh, look, I'm thinking about putting on an aquarium pond show. Are you interested in getting involved?" I'm like, yeah. So anyway, I helped him out as much as I could. I put as much time in as possible. And I'm going to say this is just around the time that the trade show died last time. So I don't know whether it's 2007 or, I don't know, around this time. And so I took him to one of the last trade shows, and we're going around to all the shores saying, "Would you like to be involved? Here's the estimated cost, blah, blah, blah." So anyway, he needed 55 people to break even on the show he wanted to put on. And he'd done lots of research on what he should do, and he got room at Homebush and whatever. And then when he went to get his deposits for the 55 that told him that I want in, he got 15 deposits out of 55. So then he freaked out, and he's like, "I've just put a whole lot of work into this. I've paid the deposits. I've booked this. I've bought all the marketing, and only 15 people have given deposits." And everyone else going, "Yeah, it's next week, man." And all of them are just telling him some bullshit story.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to do it, but no one's want to put their hand in their pocket. Then he put the date back because he's like, "All right, well, everyone's saying they want in, but they just don't have money right now or whatever." Then he lost 2. He had to refund 2. And then 0 new people. So all these people are signing up saying, "Yes, I want to be involved. I want in." No one wants to pay the money. And the reason why they don't pay the money is because no one wants to risk it at the first time. And then they'll often, if they pull the show off, often the first couple are actually, from the outside, they're actually pretty good. But then generally the third or fourth show, it's dead. Because people are no longer flying from whatever because, they've been there a couple of times or whatever. And costs just seem to keep going up. And once again, I've been involved in various people that have run shows, and they'll have a go at it and then they're out. Because you'll watch the show come, they'll do a few shows and then they're out. Because the reality is Australia's a big country. Everyone's very far spread apart, and you just can't please everyone. And like, for example, I'll do shows that are in Homebush, and to my shop, it's basically a waste of time. Because the other side of Sydney, like, not many people, some, will rarely go from Western Sydney to the Shire, and then people from the Shire, they don't go to Western Sydney.
Oh,
so,
no.
No, we got bridges to cross. They could fall down or anything. So I think it's just hard in Australia because everything costs so bloody much in Australia, and the support is out there, but it's so spread out. And a lot of people people will try to support you, and they'll come to your first and second event. But at the end of the day, a lot of people, their real passion of aquarium does come and go. It can be a hobby that they come in and out of. And I think trying to run a good show that's going to be good enough to make people want to come, but at the same time not being too expensive that you can afford to put it on again, is something that they just don't see. The work they put in. You speak to Anya, you speak to any of the people that have put shows on, they put so much work in it. And really, they're trying not to lose. So, like, for the amount of work it is, and generally what happens is they come up with an idea that they put their whole heart and soul into the first one, and you know what? They often pull it off. Then the second one, they go bigger, and they get by, and generally by the third one, it's gone because the amount of work they put in for what they get back, they just get tired.
Well, Anya was in the chat before. Not sure if she's still there, but she would be an interesting someone to hear from regards to Fragorama, and we're not sure if there would be a third or a fourth from here. And obviously she's had a lot going on in her life, so it'd be interesting to see what she says of that. But maybe it just brings the importance back to a more smaller, more concentrated community. Like this, for example.
But the other thing we've got to realize is that you've got customers. So, for example, let's say the aquarium societies, those guys do some great work, but they're actually selling to the converted in general. So, for example, let's say the pet show, for example. I was very involved in the pet show because what we really need to do is to try and get our message to people that don't have aquariums. The other thing I used to do a lot of home shows and stuff like that. Gardening shows, like back in the old days when I had more energy and I wasn't as jaded as I am now. But when in the old days I used to go out there, because I don't go and try and promote myself at all anymore, because my business is very well established.
No, that's not true. Hang on, Paul Talbot, this is your life. I remember seeing you on Facebook about 3 days ago, desperately crying out for an extra 5 subscribers to your YouTube channel so you could hit 50,000 subscribers. You tell me you don't try and actively promote yourself.
What did I say? My business? Yeah, of course I do. Of course I do. But
anyway, where were we, Paul? Where were we? What I meant
by that is, like, in the old days, I used to do lots of expos and I'd get out there a lot. Nowadays, I sort of don't as much. And that's mainly because I just don't have the resources I used to have. I don't have as many staff as I used to have. And really now my business is fairly well known. And for me to make my money, what I have to do is look after my own customers. I have to focus on that more than worrying about getting new ones. So when I had a new business, I was always out there. And for that time in my life, I think it sort of worked. But now the cost of everything is just off the richter. Like you go and speak to the home show and ask them how much for a bloody 3x3 square meter. It's like thousands and thousands of dollars. So then you look at, okay, I'm going to go and spend the whole weekend out there. I'm going to bring all this stock out there, and what return am I going to get? To get a tangible return that you actually think was actually profitable, it's so hard now.
All right. Now my mind is starting to lead towards, I just had a thought then that was about the industry talking together for a bigger picture about how to sell, for example, dry goods online, livestock only in store. You know what I mean? Like, so there'd be no online sales. So there's a kind of, I had this momentary fantasy about trying to promote and maintain the LFS business, but also allow the online to have their bite, because like you're saying, dry goods, a pump in a stores, you get $50 profit. It's not worth the point having it there. But that requires cohesiveness and conversation across the whole industry with all different parties involved, which brings us to that last part of our conversation, Paul, which is about the whole pet industry, about the way it works, a little bit about the fish lists, and a little bit about the whole grey, the white, the black, all that kind of stuff. Now, we did have a little deep and meaningful before this started, and that was that if I was to say a safe word that required me to go to the bathroom, I could say that said safe word, and then you would be able to hold the fort whilst I'm gone. Do you remember that conversation, Paul?
Got it.
So before I go and greedily take my little break, do you have to have a little break to do the same?
No, I'm good.
Beautiful. Excellent. Well, before we get onto that pet industry stuff, let's have a little section where you can take the lead, and it is called... Paul Talbot, shout out is a section where you can give a spotlight to something, someone, a resource, a fish, a plant, a coral, something that is in need of attention. I'm going to make the screen larger for you so I can then go and relieve myself and get another drink.
Very easy.
Take away Paul Talbot.
Yep. All right. So while I'm entertaining you, I could also take a request if you want a song or a dance. I could probably entertain you that way or not. So in regards to what would I like to throw a light on, would probably be Anthony Ramsey. So Anthony Ramsey is currently the CEO of the Pet Industry Association, which basically what happened with the Pet Industry Association is it was in need of a overhaul. Anthony Ramsey got involved, overhauled the Pet Industry Association, fixed a lot of the bugs that, let's say, were growing over COVID. And then,
are you shouting out the Pet Industry Advisory Association?
No, Anthony Ramsey.
Oh, okay, that's good. Keep going.
And the reason why I'm shouting out Anthony Ramsey is the amount of stuff that he does for the industry that we can't talk about is unbelievable. So anyone that says, oh, why do I need to be in the Pet Industry Association? I never wanted to be, like, I've always been a member, right? And I never, ever wanted to be on the board or involved in it. Because me and politics, or me and anything politically correct, just don't go together. And I never wanted to be involved. And I was always, look, I'll support you, you do it, whatever you want. I don't want to be involved. But once the pet industry needed attention and it actually needed help, he came to me, he said, look, we got to put some work into this because there's some really big threats coming. And if we don't manage them, we're going to lose our industry. And people are like, oh, as if that's ever going to happen. But the thing is, it does. Don't talk about what?
Don't talk about the threats yet. I want to hear.
Got it? Yeah. Well, a lot of the threats I can't even actually talk about because the thing is that, like, he'll often, obviously, I'm on the board of the Pet Industry Association, and he'll come and say, look, here's this major issue that could destroy our industry. And I mean, I'm talking about things that will destroy the industry. And he's like, this is what I'm doing to try to put that at bay. And everything seems okay right now. So whatever you do, don't say a word. So I'm one of those, like, I will go and public eyes as whatever I can. But as far as he's concerned, he comes to me so often. This is this big threat, right? Don't say a word. Because the thing is that he gets involved, he talks to the right people, and how he navigates politically through these situations is a skill. And I'm telling you now, without that guy, the damage that is potentially wreaked on our industry is indescribable. And once again, a lot of it I can't talk about because he'll say, this is what I've done. And I'm like, wow, okay, that's cool that you've done that. But the worst thing I can do is draw attention to it at all because the people making the decisions, if we throw a light on what's going on, all we can do is not talk about it. So if I'm going to throw a light on anyone, it would be Anthony Ramsey. The work that he's done for our industry is indescribable. It's been over such a long period of time. And I would say without that guy on his own, without the work that he's put in, and with the knowledge that I know of the stuff that I'm not allowed to talk about, because you don't shine a light on something you're getting a win on. Can you hear me now? All right.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Test. Yep.
Yeah.
So the amount of things that come through that he deals with is extraordinary. So that guy, all of us in the industry, we owe that guy. What he's done for our industry on his own surpasses anyone.
Well, I do want to get into a bit of that stuff in about 2 minutes' time.
Sure.
Is that cool?
Cool.
I'm just going to go on my little quick shout out though. Excellent. All right. My shout out is for two lovely ladies. One is called Anya. One is called Gabrielle. Anya was very nice to organize. I wanted some brown coral, Paul. Brown coral. I want brown stags or cream stags or pale blue with a little white tip on them, Acropora muricata, whatever it might be. The boring stuff you see when you go snorkeling on Green Island. And the reason I wanted that is because I want to have a tank that looks like a image in my mind of when I go snorkeling, not a fluorescent jumbo alien scene. But you can't get that kind of stuff. No one gets it in except for Anya. Hang on, I should change this. Where's the banner? Media. Where is she? Banner. I've got Frenzy Fish Feeds. Gallery Aquatica. There you go.
Beautiful.
So I really appreciate Anya organising that with her collectors and bagging that up on Saturday morning. And then I had one of ours in the chat, Gabrielle Gabs. She was coming down from Brisbane and she picked up, didn't purchase it for me. She picked up the box. She brought it all down for me. We had a great weekend. She got a puppy, spent the night, lots of conversation. And I'm starting to realise I'm really enjoying the friendships that are coming from the hobby because it's been so isolating where I am. And yeah, thank you to those two lovely ladies. That's my shout out.
Awesome.
Now, Paul Talbot, this is your life. We are going to talk about the Pet Industry Association of Australia. What I thought we had grey lists in the country still, but you say we don't. I also want to know.
That's also stuff that we don't want to talk too much about right now because there's stuff in the background going on. But
we do want to talk about it. I'm like Carl Stefanovic. I want the hard hitting stuff.
Anthony Ramsey's your guy there. No, but so once again, we have to be careful what we talk about with a lot of this stuff because there are various laws that have been changed that have not been implemented, and there's various things that we don't want to draw that we don't want to get the wrong attention for. So I guess the main point that I'd want to say is the industry is in way more threat than people think. So,
all right, so can I back it up? Paul, can I back it up? You are, and you might have already said this already, but you are the aquarium, let's call it consultant to the Pet Industry Association of Australia, which is the organisation that represents the hobby and the industry to government.
Correct. Yes.
Right. And the major role that you would have as a body is to advise the government on what, for example?
On all their stupid ideas. So basically, in the old days, the aquarium industry ran so much better because there wasn't as much useless regulation. I'm not saying it's all useless, by the way, but I don't think they're making things better. I think they're just making everything harder. And I think that what basically happens, to my understanding, is the government sends a public interest information or whatever. This is what they're thinking of doing. The pet industry then has a chance to reply. And a lot of stuff never makes it past that. So the government will come up with an idea, ban frozen foods or ban freshwater plants or it's always something that is going on. Then a lot of the time there'll be an initial expression of interest or what our reply is. Then the PIAA, whether it be Anthony or Jared or whoever preceded that, then generally takes that very seriously and actually replies to it. And there's been multiple times when they're looking at shutting down the whole coral reef. It even did get shut down once. Banning fish collection, banning import of everything or some things. It's over the years, it's been relentless. And I hate it when shops go, oh, what does the PIAA do for me? Well, you know what? What do you do for the PIAA? Because the thing is, there'd be no industry if it wasn't for the PIAA. The PIAA actually was formed when in 1979, the government announced they were going to ban goldfish. And the PIAA was formed to beat that ban. And then since then, there's just been one thing after another thing. And then there's puppy breeding problems. And then there's cat vaccination problems. And then there's just a bombardment of stuff that Anthony is dealing with. And
so I was about to ask,
PIAA is one guy.
I was about to ask: is the same thing happening to the bird keeping, ornamental birds, to reptiles, to bunnies, to guinea pigs, to hamsters, rats?
This is what I believe, right? I have actually sat behind and listened into these meetings, right? How Anthony deals with people is unbelievable. I just sit there and how you don't call someone a moron or how you don't, he's great. Like he's very, very good at understanding what they're looking for. And basically, you're dealing with a minister that can shut our whole industry down, that doesn't know the difference between a freshwater fish and a saltwater fish. And they're almost just talking to you to see what sort of headline or what they can do to create their own legacy with zero interest in economics or environment. Or I think it's a really scary situation that we're in. And I think.
So, are you saying that these politicians are simply trying to find things to do to keep their job relevant?
I think all that. Okay, so there's not. Okay, so my impression. I think the only thing they care about is what sort of headline they can sell to make themselves look good. I don't
Right.
think that someone that doesn't even know the difference between a yellow tang and a neon tetra has any interest in what the best interest of our industry is. So we have to sell it to them in a way. So basically, this is what happens, right? The minister comes up with some idea, generally has no idea what they're even talking about, but they're just looking for a headline or something that they can put their name to. Then the pet industry gets involved, starts explaining all the reasons why that's a bad idea, and then they're like, oh, all right. And so the person making a decision has no idea what they're talking about.
Are you
So
able to
therefore-
give us 3 specific aquatic examples from the last 5 years?
Anthony would be better for what we should be talking about, but even let's say the white spot virus with frozen food, the government came in and said, that was not too recent, but said, all right, you're not importing any more frozen food. Then Anthony got him, I don't know, it would have been someone I don't know how involved Anthony was, but PIAA got involved and made sure that we could import it. Then I don't know if you guys know recently about the CITES, the big meeting in Brisbane fairly recently. So basically the government got together like a working group to basically look at handing the Great Barrier Reef over to CITES. Now what that would mean is we can't bring anything off the Great Barrier Reef. No more fish, no more coral, nothing, right?
Including commercial fishery?
All of it, off the coral reef. So in regards to the reference to fishing fish, I'm not going to pretend to know. But at the start, to my understanding, if they had a little vote to find out from the delegates who thought it was a good idea or who didn't, and if you took the vote at the start before the 3-day conference, it appeared like it was looking like very bad. The majority of people seemed to think that handing it to CITES was a good idea, and seem to think that whatever we can do to coral reef to protect the coral reef is a good idea. Now, changing the subject for a second, anyone that thinks the coral reef is dying has not been to the coral reef. And the other thing is that when you go to the coral reef and you go swimming with the dive people, they take you to certain sites to make sure that only one side at a time gets damaged. So you go there and you think, oh, the corals are damaged. That's because you're standing on a coral with 14 other people that are also standing on the corals, and it's not a pristine reef. But then when you go out with the coral collectors, like I get to go out with sometimes, you go to these spectacular reefs where the corals, the colors are better, nothing's damaged, it's spectacularly beautiful. But a beginner snorkeler that's standing on a coral because he can hardly swim is not getting taken to those places. So anyway, that's a whole conversation on it. The Great Barrier Reef is not dying. The Great Barrier is very healthy and happy. We need to do everything to look after it. But at the end of the day, the Great Barrier is going well. And the media spins it.
Yeah, they spin the media.
Okay, so what I'm saying at the end of the day, if Anthony ran, there was other people that helped with this, all right? But at the end of the day, if the PIAA didn't fund someone with his relationship skills and understanding, he individually, and not just him, but let's say mainly him, got in the ears of all the people during that 3 days. And the people saying, no, I think we should get rid of it, they have no idea. They don't even know what they're talking about. So they want to get a cross section of interested people that they want to get the opinions of, but very few of them know anything, nothing about what it is they're voting for. For example, people go, oh, everyone's selling the corals and you're wrecking the Great Barrier Reef. If you look at the way Cairns Marine and the way we do it in Australia, it's exemplary. Like they'll take one over there, one over there, one over there. And they make basically no, when, for example, Trent from Ozreef, who used to own Ozreef, he had this certain atoll that he would take me to, because I used to go up to Cairns every year for a long time. And he goes, see this? I've been diving here. This is my favorite place to collect. He goes, show me where I get a coral. Find a spot and point to it. And tell me where I got it. Even though this small swimming area, he's been collecting there for years and years. And I couldn't actually find the spot. I didn't see where he'd hacked one out. So he did take one from over there and one from over there. But the thing is, you take a tree out of a forest and that just gets used. But if you harvest the forest is gone. The way Australia looks after our reef is unbelievable. And
So, Paul, I think that we do have a lot of saltwater people, but we've got a lot of freshwater people on board too. And so, but what I think that some of those keepers would relate to is when they have questions about availability of certain freshwater fish. We might talk about some of the loricarids, some of the catfish. We might talk about some of the
almost none of them allowed in.
Some of the channers. We might talk about Asian arowanas. We might talk about other types of catfish. For me, bloody mascara barbs. So can you talk us through historically, maybe from a freshwater perspective, what was the situation with allowable, grey, and obsolete, or what's a better word, illegal, and then tell us what the situation is now.
Okay, so basically, once upon a time, let's say when I just before or around when I started at St. George Aquarium, so around like 94, just before that, you could get fish into Australia. But then as they started tightening the quarantine laws and as AQUIS became more involved and more conscious of potential risk, because I mean, let's face it, there is some risk. There is some risk bringing things in. But a lot of the ideas that they come up with are moronic, stupid. For example, and people go, oh, they'll never do anything that's stupid. Don't underestimate people's stupidity. Because if I can learn a lot I love fish, but people lie and people are stupid. So like the government comes up with these stupid things. So the PIAA has to protect against this stupidity. For example, the main problem is bringing fish in. So there was a point when
you haven't outlined the white, grey, and black yet historically.
So basically, once upon a time, they could bring anything in. So then the government came up with the white list. Now, the white list was a small sheet of fish. I can't remember how many are on it, but it's not a lot. It's not a big list. And now why is it a small list? So the AQUIS people can identify the fish. So basically, they don't let many fish in. It's not because the fish are a problem. It's because the AQUIS officers don't know anything about what they're doing. So some of the AQUIS officers, I've done a lot of rebagging. So what happens is AQUIS call me up. I go in there. I have to rebag all the fish because they've stopped over from Singapore and they're going to Germany. So I don't know why I'm unboxing 30 boxes of fish that have come from Singapore and somehow are changing in Sydney to go to Germany. But I'm telling you, this stuff happens. And I get to rebag all the fish. And I'm like, oh, wow, look at these ones. Oh, wow, I get to watch all these mad fish that we're not allowed to have. Now, the thing is, Australia only lets in a small list of fish because that's the maximum that they think that an AQUIS officer can identify. Because the other thing, too, is it's very embarrassing, right? The AQUIS officers, I've watched this, they open it up. It's like, let's say, silver dollars. I think we've got some baby piranhas. And they're like, yeah, baby piranhas. And they get their list out. They're going, yeah, that's it. I'm going, it's a bloody silver dollar. How long have you been working here? And they're fully getting all serious. It's a bag of bloody silver dollars. And they're having a whole big meeting about, oh, we found some piranhas. So the level of stupidity, I don't know where they have the white list so the AQUIS officers can tell. And then they said, oh, what about all the fish that's already here? So then what they did is create a grey list. Now, a grey list was an old list, which was the things that were here before the government brought in the white list. So basically the white list is you're allowed to have it and you're allowed to bring it in. and the aquas can ID them. They should, but they can't, because I've sat there and watched them argue over. I definitely remember the silver dollar one, but I think there's been other ones too. I think they thought the coolie loach were a worm, or they freak out about stuff, and then they go and look at their sheets, and then they have a chat amongst themselves, and they come up with, oh, that's just that. But it's not even a rare thing. So I mean, and actually, because we used to have I get PTSD about things to get all excited. We used to have the fisheries at Cronulla, right? Now, I'm getting off track. This is what I do. But it's a busy Saturday. There's shop full of people, right? A guy walks straight in looking like he's all with his fisheries, I look all important stuff. And right in front of all the people, he goes, I'm such and such from the fisheries, and I'm here because there's been a report that you've got piranhas. I go, cool, go and find them, and we'll talk about it then. They walk around. They're looking in the bloody saltwater section.
Oh, God, he's gone again. Trust me, people out there, I'm hoping that we'll get to our most current update on what's happening, because I do believe there was a list of fish that went in. Yeah, you're back in, mate. What are you doing out there? You're getting so excited, you're knocking shit around.
Back now,
did they find the piranhas, Paul?
Test.
Yeah, you're here.
No, still can't hear. Yeah, you can hear me?
I can hear you.
I can't hear you.
Well...
Are you there? Can I hear you?
I'm here, Paul. You want to jump out and jump back in again?
It's on. So do I do?
Jump out, jump back in. Paul's gone. Let me check the comments and any questions while we're waiting for Paul to come back. It looks like Anya's off for the night. Night, Anya. Paul has entered the studio on a second one. That's interesting.
Every time I get a phone call, I have to get off and go back in. The phone call bumps me off.
Well, who's bloody calling you every time?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear.
I can't hear you, though.
Paul!
I can't hear. Oh, this is pissing me off. Why can't I hear? Testing. I can't hear you.
I can hear Paul. Everyone can hear.
Microphone's on. That's on. I know I can't hear.
Paul.
I can't hear.
Hang on, I'm going to tell you. Does Paul still use dial-up? It's a bit like that, isn't it? I think his internet might be on the brink. I'm going to text him right now. Looks like he's already left. Yeah, needs to drop and start again. Funkalicious. Jesus, there's so many Paul Talbots entering the studio right now. I've got to remove that one and add that one. Paul Talbot. Paul Talbot.
I can't hear you.
Fuck.
I could hear you for a second there.
Do you hear me say fuck?
I can't hear.
No?
Do I go out and go back in?
Yeah, I reckon.
Hear anything? I'll try going back.
Paul Talbot.
I'm just trying to get back in.
Why don't you get out of it altogether, and I'll send you a completely new link.
Okay.
How's that sound?
I'm trying to get back in now, but yeah, no worries. I can just get that out. Yep.
So I'll kick that one. I'll kick you from the studio there. And then what I'll do, there's no more versions of you. No, there's not. This is fascinating for everybody out there. I'm going to invite guests, copy that, head down to texts. There's Paul. Right click, paste. There's your new link. Try that, mate.
Come.
All right.
Got it.
Over now.
Got it.
Right, everybody out there, let me just check your comments, make sure that we've got everybody on board and everything's fine. Yes, Paul is having some issues. We've got a bit of rain here at the moment, so you might have some storms down in Sydney.
I can hear you.
Yeah. You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know where the hell we were talking about.
I get booted off when I get a phone call.
Yeah, well, stop getting phone calls. So, okay, we were talking about grey lists. They're in the country. They can't be imported, but they can be exchanged within the country because they're already here.
Correct. So that is a list that we.
And it's
then there's the black.
Sorry, before we go any further, can we assume that everything that, let's say, a large importer like Aquarium Industries is able to import and puts up on their current stock list is everything on the white list?
No, because basically, someone like all the big companies have got fish they import, and that's on the white list. But a big whack of their list is locally bred. For example, if you speak to Josiah or Jared or Julian, they've got networks of breeders. Julian's got his own farm. So all the grey list stuff is what people breed. You can't breed whitelist fish, because how are you going to grow a fish up when you can grow it up in Malaysia for a quarter of the price that we can? Australians mainly breed grey list fish, and then there's the red or black list, which they're noxious. So therefore, there are certain fish like arapaima, like piranhas, like various fish that we're not allowed to even have. So there is a grey or red list, and that means not allowed them, can't import them. Then there's a very little white list, and the biggest thing is the grey list, which we only have thanks to very careful relationships and conversations that Anthony's working with. So
can you give me some examples of extremely common fish that we keep all the time that are on that grey list that we can't import?
For example, bristlenose, most cichlids.
Right.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's put it this way, it'd be a big whack of your shop. Like there would be.
So what about
devastating.
What about frontosa? Are they on the grey list?
I'd have to check that. I've got a feeling they might not be.
Because
you might be able to import them. Yeah, I think you can import them. Yep.
All right.
You can import Oscars. You can import discus. You can import Alonicaras. So there's things that you can import, but then everything not on that list you can't import. So without going downstairs and looking at them, because once again, looking at these lists are not something I do on a weekly basis or long enough for my brain to retain anymore. But basically, at the end of the day, if we lost the grey list, we'd lose koi, we'd lose. It would be a big problem.
So can you give me some examples of fish that are on the black list, or what was the black list? We're going to get to where the updates are.
Okay, so the black list is basically things like piranhas, and it's not really that big a list. It's just the things that we're not even allowed to have. So if you think about things like piranhas and arapaimas and fish that is not in Australia's best interest to bring in.
So a channa, a snakehead.
Definitely. That'd be on the top of the list, yes. Yes.
It's a shame. It's a shame that, isn't it?
Coolest fish. Very cool fish, but you got to go to Asia to see them. So they're not allowed here, and they'll never be allowed here.
Okay, someone asked about the Asian arowana before. That's on the grey list, not the black list.
No, there's currently, yes, it is. But yeah, there's currently Anthony's really working on them to get them allowed in, and that's actually doing pretty well. You'd have to check with him for updates, because Anthony does update me on a lot of things, and probably more things than my brain actually takes in. So yeah, they're a grey list one, and there is, it's potential that they'll be coming, because there's a whole lot of fish that he and Andy and various other people are working on to get into the country.
And wasn't there a proposal that was released not that long ago, about a month ago or 2 months ago, that included the Asian arowana?
Yes. And the other big thing that's been working on for a while, which is all approved, but then there's some last boxes to jump through as far as aquaculture saltwater fish. So he's doing a lot of work behind the scenes. So that's basically ready to go, but there's still it's all done, but there's still some technical it's not done, but it's done. You know, like there's.
All right. Now, earlier on, you told me that the grey list doesn't exist anymore. So
Technically,
what has happened now with the latest government or whatever that has changed things for the listings?
okay, so I have to be very careful of what I should or shouldn't say,
No,
particularly
don't be
because
careful.
yeah, I
Don't
know,
be careful.
but I have to be careful because I know stuff that I'm not supposed to tell anyone. Because basically, at the end of the day, we currently don't technically have a grey list. So basically, at the moment, if there's, let's say, a change of minister and we get someone that wants to be fickle with the rules, we're in a lot of trouble. And there's actually a whole lot of other things that are that sort of scale that I'm told not to talk about, because there's various things that he's got under control which we don't want to get attention to, because the more attention you draw to something, the more likely that you get someone that's not on our team that's going to cause us trouble. Because once again, even within the industry, the amount of people that say to me, oh, you know, like, why would I join the PIAA? Oh, as if that's going to happen. I mean, you don't never underestimate people's stupidity, and never underestimate people's, like, what people want to do to even harm the industry, even people that might have vested interest in things that the aquarium opposes. But as far as
Tell us how the grey list went to be a thing to how it went to be not a thing. When did this happen? How did it happen?
okay, so that decision was made by someone who was maybe thinking that if I get rid of all the grey list, I'm going to protect the waterways and stuff. Now, dumping fish in rivers is absolutely an absolute tragedy, and that's something we've really got to focus on. And I try in my videos and all that to try and promote don't dump your fish as much as possible. But ultimately, if someone's going to go and dump their fish, there are plenty of fish that will cause trouble that are completely legal fish. So if someone's going to go and dump their fish, if they're going to dump their swordtails, which are legal, you're going to trash the environment. If they're going to dump their Oscars, which are legal, you can trash the environment. If you're in New South Wales or Western Australia and you dump koi, you're going to trash the environment. So there's so many fish that already can trash the environment. And actually, if you go up to some of the waterways, especially in Brisbane, it's already terrible what's going on.
Yeah.
So that is terrible. But regardless of whether we have the fish on the grey list or not, then people are. We got to get people to stop dumping fish in the river.
But how did
Doesn't
the
matter
grey
which fish
list?
they dump.
How did the grey list come to being a semi not a thing?
So basically, what someone has decided is by getting stricter with the species that they believe that they may be then less fish that are going to get dumped into the rivers. Now, what Anthony and all that will argue is, okay, so yes, but at the same time, a lot of these fish have been here for so long and they're so ingrained in the industry, and they haven't done any harm. And a lot of it is trying to keep a certain price point on them, because let's say that you bring a little bit of a fish in and the fish has a value, the chance of them getting dumped is obviously way lower than just bringing in heaps at tiny prices. So it's not like there's no options between on and off. So you know, if they are careful with the amount that are bringing in, and everyone is just a little bit conscious of trying to be ecologically friendly, and everyone's conscious with trying to educate people not to dump their fish. At the end of the day, goldfish are one of the worst, and dumping a goldfish is probably one of the worst things you can do. Dumping a swordtail, dumping so many common fish that are here and allowed to be here that can wreck a river, is you're not going to stop people from wrecking a river by reducing the variety of species that come in. Getting out the real dangerous ones and not letting in tilapia, for example. So that's going to help a little bit. But as far as the industry is concerned, we have to really protect that whitelist and try to grow it. So Anthony's been doing a lot to try and grow the whitelist, but the process of how slow it's glacial speed. Like, the governments are so slow. And then
So
the government changes.
Are you saying this happened with the last government that came in?
So the last government that came in actually banned the grey list.
Right.
But then, so far, nothing has happened with it. So if we all just shut up and we don't talk about it, we don't want to draw attention because we don't want, we don't want to promote things that we don't want it.
So you're saying
all I'm saying is there's so many things that could crush this industry. And like, for example, when it was in the Hawk Times, when Senator Hill, right? He was watching this true story, right? Senator Hill was the environment minister or whatever the minister that's responsible for the Great Barrier Reef. He was watching a Four Corners program about the terrible things that happen with fish collection, right? In the Philippines. And then he closed the whole Great Barrier Reef. He made a phone call, and then Lyle Squire and all these guys had to put together the Great Barrier Reef Action Group stewardship. Everyone had to get together, and everyone had to fight it. Bob Hawke even got involved on our side, and in the end, they had to overturn the bill that he just put through because he was upset that he watched the Four Corners program, but that was about bloody Philippines and all the practices that they saw that go on there. Because I've spent a lot of time going over to other countries and watched and been, seen their facilities, seen their collections, seen their chain of custody. And in some countries, the way they do it is terrible. But in Australia, we do an unbelievably good job. The way that they protect our reef and all of the checks and balances they've got, Australia is the benchmark standard. And for some guy that knows nothing about our industry, watching bloody Four Corners on a Sunday night, gets all upset, that guy can close our industry down, and he did. And it took months for everyone to work and get it overturned again, with huge implications on everyone. Now, Hawaii, let's talk about Hawaii. So I was over at Hawaii when there was signs up saying, vote for such and such. We're going to save the endemic fish of Hawaii. Now, I knew that none of them were in danger. All of them. As in, like, there was something like 8 or 13 species of concern, which PIJAC, the American PIAA, had flagged as a concern 25 years ago, and they changed their own policies and their own practices, and they fixed it. And for the last 13 years, in the time that we had available to us, the distribution and abundance was considered to be at maximum, meaning the natural environment, they don't believe could actually hold more, because you take a small amount out and they breed. And the thing is, you don't take the babies, you don't take the breeders. If you just take a little bit of the teenagers, no one misses them. They don't affect it at all, but you can't take the breeders. So anyway, so therefore, and they shut it. So billions of dollars of economics are no longer going to Hawaii because a bunch of elites sat in a bloody parliament somewhere and decided that they are going to save the fish of Hawaii. And don't worry about the fact that they don't need saving. It's just stupidness. So, and when you see what they do, common sense isn't common. And people in government, they're not making decisions for the best interest of the environment or the economics. As far as I can see, they're looking for their own bloody legacy. They want a headline. And the headline doesn't have to have any facts. Because once again, for when you see those signs in Hawaii that said, we are saving the fish, right? And then friends of mine that I know in Hawaii that are they will try to get the message out that that's not true. No one cares. For example, Great Barrier Reef. I've told you this already. Lyle and Fitzpatrick, who is one of Edinburgh's main aquatic cameramen, basically, when there was those really bad bleaching events, they went and did latitude and longitude runs on some of the worst affected areas. Some of the parts of the Great Barrier Reef have been under massive strain, and There's been some really bad bleaching events, but the thing is, 6 months, 12 months later, it's good as new. Now, and the other thing is that coral bleaching, for a period of time, the coral bleaches, maybe there's heat stress or whatever, it releases out its zooxanthellae, it goes white, and then providing the temperature doesn't stay up for too long, a lot of it will actually just take zooxanthellae back in. Yep. So you actually can look at this whole reef where everything's white, right? But then you can go back 6 months later, and a lot of those same corals, they're back.
Yeah, we talked about this.
So Lyle,
with the cinematic, with the sales of the movie.
Die. Yeah, but some of it just comes back. And so people that the sky's falling down. So you got to realize too, a lot of these, let's say there's a reef, right? And there's the bleach bit. But mind you, a lot of corals, a lot of people don't realize this, but you have a coral here that looks like this. You have the same species deeper that grows in a different way and looks totally different, but it's actually the same coral. Then you got another one down here. It might be flatter, it might be different. They don't look the same, but actually they're the same species, but where they grow can totally change their color and shape. And so what can happen is this area here's gone white. And then let's say Lyle will do the swim through. This is the exact coordinates we're going. You can see exactly the same, and everything's white. He sold that footage to, let's make up a figure, maybe 220. It was a lot, but I'm not saying I remember the figure. A high figure of networks around the world that actually want to buy that footage. And so then 6 months later, they went and did the exact same run. The exact same. You can see the same. Now this is 6 months later. Most of the coral looked good as new, and then there was all new cut species and new, because you've got to remember that when the coral breeds, billions of little pupae go up, and then they go and find somewhere and they try to live. Now, if they land on a live coral, they just get eaten by the coral and they don't get to live. But if they find a little spot this big, it grows. So literally, within the very first coral spawn, all of that spot is repopulated that was dead. And then within 12 months, it can actually be more diverse, healthier and better than the areas where it's not even hit. So just like an Australian bushfire.
These guys have gone out there to document the disaster of a bleaching effect, and they've sent that footage out to the world. But that wasn't what they were trying to do. They were trying to go back in 6 months later and document the recovery process as the good news that it's not as bad as what it is. But what happened when they tried to put that video footage out there, Paul?
Where's my camera? Zero sales. They went back to everyone. And said, look, we sold you that footage. We want to sell you new footage of that area now that it's fixed. That's not a story. Oh, by the way, they don't care. And then the other thing is, without naming names, I've sat down with famous scientists that I know that they're friends of mine, right? Very famous scientists, very well known. And I say to them, why do you just talk about how the Great Barrier Reef's dying when you know that it's, last year or year before, actually one of the coral cover and distribution studies came out, and it was the highest, I think it was 2022 or whatever, number one, highest distribution, highest abundance, the coral reef's in its very best condition it's ever been in. Now, does anyone talk about that? No. Is there things that stress the coral reef? Yes, there is. Is there things we can do to protect it? Absolutely. Like, for example, the worst thing of all is, for example, the resorts on the river mouth, for example. So if you go up to Cairns, for example, and there's a river, all the sediment and phosphate and that comes down the river, then there's got to be the mangroves, then it's got to be the calliope bushes, then by the time it gets out to the coral reef, it's got to be void of nutrients. So when they go and put a resort on the corner, okay, well then the coral reef dies, and out there, everything shifts. Then they get calliope beds that then take the nutrients, so they actually reshape the reef in front of them. And okay, well, you could say, well, the millions of dollars for the resort, maybe it's worth it. But that sort of impact, it does have a local impact. And then, well, you could say, all right, well, that little bit of reef over there has been pushed back, and that's really bad. And for that bit of reef, maybe it is. But then again, you look at how massive the Great Barrier Reef is, and I think Cairns Marine, who's the biggest, for example, they actually have access to something like 1% of the Great Barrier Reef, and they actually fish off something like 1% of that. So even if Cairns Marine went there and took everything they could get, they're actually not going to make any difference at all. Because when you look at how big the coral reef is, how you look how massive it is, and how much access they've got and what they can physically do, they actually can't even do that much damage, even though the way they do it is unbelievably good. So the way Australia looks after our reef is awesome. It does bring money into Australia. It's a huge asset for us, and our politicians are completely ready to give it away if it makes them look good. So don't ever underestimate what a politician will do for their own interest.
I knew you were going to say that. Paul, why is it that Australia is not allowed to import captive bred marine fish?
Okay, because someone was against it. And basically the main reason is because they have trouble validating what's captive or not. So in saying that, we're just waiting for a box to get ticked before it.
How can they have trouble validating if it came from biota or came from, in
that case, I don't think they would. But once again, nothing in politics is about what's real. So facts are not in politics. I think feelings are more important than facts. So in regards to bringing in imported marine fish, so obviously they had some concerns, especially in the early days of when they made these rules. We could hardly even breed marine fish. Since then, we're actually much better at it, and we can breed more species. So the main reason, as far as I understand,
is it disease or parasites, or what is it?
I think the main reason why they didn't bring them in the first place is, number one, that not many things could be bred back then anyway. And I think that they were worried about bringing in fish that, for example, may have been wild caught, that people are saying are not wild caught. And as far as disease is concerned, though, they have to be quarantined anyway. So there is a quarantine process that may help catch out the diseases. But obviously disease is a concern. But whoever made that rule, it would have been a long time ago when there wasn't the structures that there are now. So there wasn't companies like that where you could literally go there, you could literally see the fish, you could literally see their process, because it wasn't that advanced back then. So I think that the legislation needs updating, because I think the captive bred marine hobby has come so far. And so I really think...
It sounds like you're saying that they didn't allow the import of internationally captive bred marines because it wasn't really happening, and so they didn't bother writing the paperwork to do it.
But also, any trouble that they had back then probably didn't exist. Like for example, back when they wrote that, you could probably only just breed clownfish, damsels, hardly anything else. So it wouldn't have been a big priority to them. And the other thing too is you got to realize that the people making these decisions usually don't have a damn clue. So it's very hard to justify what they did when they're always trying to do something stupid. So if the person that made that decision with the best interest of the industry and the ecology, then cool, let's bring facts to it. But that hasn't been my experience.
So I thought it was to do with like the prawn disease, or like some sort of captive bred pathology concern that they had, that's what I thought it was.
There's often many triggers that can trigger spotlights on things like that. So like what's going on with the barramundi industry, for example, will affect us. So there's lots of crossover issues. But once again, I have just so little faith in the people making the decisions. From what I've seen, I don't see people making decisions for the best interest of the country, the environment, the economics. I just don't see that. Like, hopefully it happens.
All right, so Paul, I'm going to give you a scenario. Sorry to butt in. I'm going to
Yep.
give you a scenario to do with marine fish now, and that is that I feel like I'll ask Lyle this question in a couple of weeks. That'd be really interesting to get his opinion on this. But I've got the feeling that coral collection from the wild will probably fold from pressure. I'm not saying it should be, but I feel like the social pressure, that kind of, feel good pressure will eventually get the better of wild coral collection.
So
I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But
it could happen.
Hear me out. If that happens and wild coral is no longer collected, I can't help but feel like there will be a follow-on effect to the collection of wild organisms from that environment, the coral reef, and that would include inverts or mobile inverts and fish.
Good.
If that happens, then our only source of marine fish is from overseas, or the scant amount of captive bred things from Western Australia, the dottybacks and the clowns that might be over here. And that means that Australian hobbyists are going to be stuck in the same predicament that the Americans and the Europeans have got, dealing with imported wild-caught, potentially cyanided fish from Malaysia and the Philippines and Indonesia. And we haven't even got access to biota or these other captive bred fish because we don't have. That's not allowed. So we're stuck with these poor imports, and that horrifies me.
Yeah. So once again, yes, that could happen. But the other big problem that we've got in our industry is a lot of the things that are the biggest damage to our industry aren't even true. So we really fight perceptions that can make or break us, where facts are not even a thing. Like, for example, there's been a couple of major studies that I've got to look into to why people would get a fish tank, why they wouldn't get a fish tank, why they get rid of a fish tank, so anyway, at the end of the day, there are three main reasons why people don't buy fish, and none of them are true.
Don't buy.
Okay, so listen to this. I'll try and remember my figures because if I don't use things all the time, I forget. So I'm a big picture guy, not a details guy. But so once again, let's say, for example, that right now, I think it's something like 14% of the population are keeping fish, which right now is at the highest it's ever been. Let's say end of COVID, let's say that was probably the highest it's ever been. Mm-hmm. And when they do the surveys, and I've been involved I've got to see at least 2 separate surveys that said exactly the same thing. So the reason why people don't buy fish, number one is they think it's too hard. Now, if you go and start off with an SPS tank, it's pretty hard. If you go and buy some mountain clouds and get a little fish tank, good luck killing them. So a mountain cloud tank, which mind you, is swimming around my lounge room right now, is a 4-foot tank that's hardly been touched in 2 years, with some mountain clouds and some Medaka, and I look at them all the time, and some cherry shrimp.
They're stunning.
I do nearly nothing. Actually, I do nothing because I've been trying to get my son to work on the tank, and it's done nothing. And the fish are cool. They swim around. I feed them when I remember. And you know what? I often watch them in this dilapidated tank that needs some love, but you can't tell me that keeping a mountain cloud and a Medaka is hard. And it costs nearly nothing. So people don't buy fish because it's too hard. What's too hard? Keeping SPS in a bloody reef tank can be hard. Keeping mountain clouds and Medaka in a bloody fish bowl, they don't die in anything. So how is that? How do we market them together? You can't. But the public perception is it's too hard. But we have to say, what's it? We need to get people to realize that some golden mountain clouds are a beautiful fish. I'm telling you now, you could put them in a fish bowl, feed them when you remember, change the water almost never. They thrive. Mm-hmm. And you know what? They're still beautiful. Mm-hmm. And if you have clownfish in a basic tank with some fake coral and a coral banded shrimp, and you change the water every now and then, they're not hard to keep. You get a whole setup for $1,000 and you got Nemo. But then it gets put in the same boat as a $10,000 reef tank. So people think it's harder than it has to be. It can be, but it doesn't have to be. And people think it's way too expensive. All right, cool. A reef tank with everything, it is expensive. But what's expensive about a 10-litre tank with half a dozen mountain clouds swimming around it that you can't kill? And the kids love them. Like, you could have a tank, put a sucking cat. You can't even kill a sucking cat. Some zebra danios, some mountain clouds, and a bloody rosy barb in a 25-litre tank. It looks cool.
Not the rosy barb. Too small. Too small. This is the official barb police. Not the tank police. It's the barb police.
You can get fish that you literally can't kill that cost nearly nothing to look after. And the other thing is they say, oh, it takes up too much space. Once again, what? A 6-foot reef tank's going to take up a lot of space. A 20-litre bloody Aqua One all-in-one, it takes up this much room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So as the hobby, we are failing because we need to somehow get out to the public that the reason why they aren't keeping fish are not even true. So once again, 14% is the current or the last set of stats that I remember seeing of how many households have fish. But now the interesting thing is that 27% of those people said that they would like to have fish, but it's too hard, but they're not getting fish, but they want to. But the thing is, the reason why they don't want it is not even real. So fish would actually be so much more popular if we could somehow get the message out that it's not apples and apples. That if you get a beautiful little tank with some very basic fish to keep, the running cost is near zero, more near zero than any other pet. And actually, even the I think it was the Pet Show did the Animal Companion Guide did a big breakup of each pet and how much they spend on different things. And aquarium is by far the cheapest of all pets. So once again, it depends what. That's not a 10-foot reef tank, but a basic tank with some basic fish around. It's cheap as hell to buy. It's easy as hell to look after, and it doesn't take up a lot of room. So the reasons why people aren't keeping fish is not even real. So our job as an industry is to try to get out to the public, and I make video after video after video about this, obviously, to try and explain to people that, you know what, get started. If you want to get started with saltwater, get started with a 50-litre tank and a pair of clownfish and a bloody coral banded shrimp. Get started, enjoy it. And you teach people where you start, not where you finish. So you can start there, you can enjoy it, slowly upgrade it. And then as you get better equipment or as you get a bigger tank, you can get more species, but you want to get people in. So I do think a lot of the shops are too elitist, trying to get people in with at a too high price range. I totally agree with that. And in regards to myself, I always thought that having a little tank with some clownfish and that was really, really important. But then when I've actually gone and looked at my sales of the basic tanks, I'm not actually sure that the little basic tank with a pair of clownfish is actually that important. Because you need to get them in and you get them to want.
It's a reference point though, Paul. So you're going to say you got to inspire them with a bigger tank.
Yes.
But if you can give them a reference point with a basic tank, a mid-level tank, and then the bee's knees, they can see where they fit in between.
Yes, totally. But then in regards to my own backup of sales, for example, our wet displays are big fancy ones, but then a little basic tank with a pair of clownfish swimming around, I don't have any evidence from my own sales to say that when because basically what happens is what happens, right? I'll set up an aquarel tank with a pair of clownfish, the whole setup, a coral banded shrimp, the whole setup's at less than $1,000, or let's say $1,000, right? So if you want to get in the marine fish, you go, right, there you go. Here's your $30,000 tank if you want. Here's your $1,000 tank. And then this is how you get started. And then sometimes I'll sell that actual tank because there'll be someone that's like, oh, I really want it set up now. Can I buy that one? And you're like, yeah, right. So you sell that one. Or maybe you don't have the other one because you're sold out and that's your only option to sell it. So sometimes you sell your display tank.
Sure.
And then there might be a period of time where I just don't get around to replacing it. And then sometimes I'll be like, I just want to I want to see if I stop selling that little tank if it's not set up. And I don't have any real world reference that the not having the little tank makes or break the sale. You have to have a ball tearing tank that's going to make people want to buy the fish, but then a little $1,000 tank, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. So right, here's your tank, here's your fish. Having a setup display of a very basic setup doesn't seem to be the make or break that the big awesome displays are.
But it might be leading people that you don't know to the bigger displays.
Yes, that could happen.
They might be mentally going, yeah, that's too basic. That's not quite for me. I'm going to head this way.
Correct. Except when I've done my own, when at various times when I've looked at, because my program gives me graphs and all that stuff, and the little tank with the clownfish is something that I've flagged in myself. And then you go and look at your sales of your tanks and like how many tanks have we sold? Because using our computer system, we've got it all. So I totally agree. Always telling my boys that I want to have the tank there, but they're always like, well, we sell them the same without the little tank. And so then I go and look at my own data and I say, no, we have to have the little tank there. But then I look at my data on the sales and I'm not convinced that I'm necessarily right about that one. Because if someone's just buying a small tank with some clownfish, they don't seem to need to see it set up if you've already inspired them to want fish. So
maybe it's time to rethink that small tank, Paul. Maybe the days of the small tank with the clownfish are a bit obsolete. Maybe it's a small tank with a pair of with a goby and a shrimp in a burrow.
Sure.
Maybe it's a little macro algae with a dartfish. Maybe it's a small tank that's completely filled with different colored starfish that you have to feed with pipette every day. You know, maybe it's time to rethink that.
Yeah, so I mean, like having displays that give results is obviously really important. And so here in the shop, we've obviously had so many displays we've gone through the jellyfish phase, we've gone through seahorse phases, we've gone through little cuttlefish phases. And, you know, it's cool to do that stuff. But ultimately, you've got to look at what are the setups that actually convert customers in your head. Because obviously here in the shop, we need to have displays that look so good that they make someone want to buy a fish tank. So I'm actually always pro set up the little clownfish tank. But then again, when we do sell it, it might be a while until we set it up again. Because we did sell one maybe 4 months ago or something, and we haven't actually reset it up. And then our volume on the tanks that we promote, I haven't seen a tangible drop off. So I think you've got to inspire people, and you've got to do what works for your shop, by the way, because when I was younger, I thought I knew a lot more than I know now. But now I know that different shops work in different ways, and the way it all fits together, you know, sometimes you can't put forward parts in a Holden, for example. So let's say that another shop tries what works for me. That isn't necessarily going to work for them. So you can only really talk about your own shop. So I'm a big fan of, number one, kick-ass displays that make people want to keep fish. Then in regards to small displays that just got a pair of clownfish in them, I think it's awesome that we do that, but I'm not completely convinced that makes or breaks our sales of either the big tanks or the little ones. So I think you've just got to know your figures and know your own business, and also know that things don't stay the same. So I think that you can try something 5 years ago and you can try it again now and get a great result from it. So you've got to just evolve with what your customers are asking for.
Mate, you could have a little tank on the counter and have a pipette feeding mandarin fish with some xenia. And I reckon the people would go fucking ballistic for it. It's like a modern age betta. It's a saltwater version of a betta.
Yeah, I mean, them, for example, they're actually a very hardy fish as long as they've got a food source.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can try that stuff, and, you know, and sometimes it works. Like, and as far as the shop's concerned, like over the years, we try different things, and so often we'll create something that we think's cool, but does that mean customers buy it? Well, not necessarily. So you might sell some, but you've got to figure out after a while. You go, you know what? We're looking after this tank. We're cleaning it. We're testing it. You got to keep it looking good all the time. And if it's getting a result and you're selling tanks because of that tank, obviously you keep it there. But then over time, if it's really cool and it looks good, but people aren't wanting to buy it, then what tends to happen is we sell it off. and then we might try something. We might wait a few months and then try something different again. So
Yeah.
obviously, in this shop, having good displays is absolutely important because you need good displays to get people to commit to buying fish.
Yeah.
But then having a display for every single fish is just not a reality. So you've got to be careful with your displays. And so I now believe, and I changed my beliefs over time, by the way. So any belief I've got now may not be valid in 5 years because my opinion changes. And any opinion I had in 5 years ago may not be valid now because basically you're talking to people all the time. You're listening to their concerns. You're listening to what they want. You're trying to address whatever they need. And it definitely changes over time. So people come in wanting certain things, like, for example, getting phone calls for random fish. I've noticed that that's really started happening again. Whereas there was a big period there. Lately, I'm getting, have you got a female Protomelius tenniolatus? Or it's got to be about 4 inches. Like, far out. Like, I've got small ones. I've got, like, people, they want a specific fish. Now,
That's
there
great.
was a big, that's been coming back. But for the last 10 years, that didn't happen. Like, no one rings up and goes, have you got a male electric blue that's, but I've noticed lately it's happening again.
Yeah.
Whereas it went missing. And the other big thing is kids. For example, kids are starting to get a little bit more into it. But for a big while there, when the iPad come out, kids were out of action. Because kids would come into my shop and they'd see a shark, right? A 4-foot shark. It's bigger than them. And then the dad would go, look, it's a shark. He goes, yeah, I know. He goes, it's a real shark. He goes, yeah. And then the kid doesn't give a shit. And the dad's excited. He's going, look, it's a real shark. You've never seen a shark before? Yes, I have. And you're like, the kid's bloody 6. And then the dad goes, you've never seen, this is a real shark. You've never seen a shark. And the kid goes, I saw a great white eating a seal. And you go, that's on bloody iPad, you idiot.
Yeah.
And they got no concept. They've seen it on iPad, therefore that's done, like. And
I know.
there was a big period of time when kids would come in the shop and they're more interested in the bloody ice creams. They couldn't give a shit about the fish.
Yeah.
But I think lately I'm seeing a little bit of, because once the iPads are now getting so overpopulated, kids are over it now. Like, but everything goes through phases in this industry. So there's no
technology is not novel anymore, I guess. Maybe that'd be interesting.
So I've been noticing, I think kids are a little bit more getting interested again. And I'm noticing a little bit more people ring up and they go, have you got a Moorish idol? Or have you got a this size blue tang? Or, I am noticing it. So things change. So I think right now, I think people are, I think the industry is actually in not too bad a position. I think the main issue is how much the bloody businesses cost to run. Because running an aquarium shop in Sydney, it's ridiculous. Way too much work. The margins are terrible. We've got to clean bloody fish tanks to even keep the shop open. As a package, you can make it work. But, I mean, you got to work your ass off, huge hours. And when you sell an aquarium shop, what do you get? At most, you might get the value of the stock. So, I've watched the aquarium industry go through so many phases. And all in all, from a public point of view, I think the aquarium industry is doing okay, but I think that considering all the stresses and financial pressures that people have, I think what we have to do as an industry is really try and navigate our customer to start them off with what they can handle. So
less. Start less.
Yes, So start off with like even a mini pond, which is just a little pond with some bloody mountain clouds swimming around with it, or a minimal setup with a fighting fish, or you got to get them in. So and once Paul, they fall in love with that little fish,
how many times do you find? How many times do you find over the last, since COVID, that you would get a customer comes in and gets amazed by a heavily aquascape freshwater aquarium, CO2, nice Chihiros, lead star, whatever kind of lighting, and wants to go all in on that, or sees a full-on reef tank, the whole bells and whistles, and wants to go full on that. How many times have you seen these customers and then within, say, 18 months, they're out.
It does happen. It absolutely happens. Now you can almost tell the people that do it, by the way, because there's some people, let's say the semi-rich.
Is that because it's fashion? You can see the fashion coming through from them?
I think it's the personality of the person, because you talk to that person and they were into race cars for a year. They were buying horses for a year. They were into camping for a year. And they just get into it full on. They got all the camping gear and they haven't been camping for 7 years. I just think that some people, especially in this area, because it's a pretty well-off area, Cronulla, Sylvania Waters, there's a lot of money around here. So we do get people that come in and high vibrato people. I want this and that, blah, 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 and whatever. And they'll buy it. And you set up a tank for them, you make it look mad, and they're all keen on it, and they're all whatever. And then they get into spearfishing. And then next thing you know, every time they want to talk to you about something about spearfishing, and then soon after that, the whole tank's gone, everything's gone, and now they're into spearfishing. So I definitely see the certain character people, and they jump in, they go all out on it, they spend money on it, they learn all about it, and then it's like, oh, a monkey. And then they go over to whatever's next. Do you know what I mean? So
you don't think
definitely get that.
You don't think that could be rectified by having just some cherry barbs and a microsorum fern or a mandarin with some xenia as a scaled down version, or do you think it's just that their brain just goes flip?
I think it depends on the person. So there's no such thing as for everyone, but the characters that I would there's a few that I've got in my mind. So these certain people that I can think of off the top of my head, they're not buying anything that's not the best, because they're buying it and they're telling everyone about it, and they got a Ferrari out the front, or these people, they got like a really fancy car. It's on a 3-year lease. They're living outside their means. They're spending. They got a big income. They spend it all. I think that person who drives a Ferrari and rents a bloody house, there's certain people. I feel like they're doing it because they're ticking a box, like, oh, I wanted an aquarium, and they just get into it. And some of them even master it. Like some of these guys, like 3 years in, and they're growing, they're into it, like I'm surprised how resourceful some of these people are. They get a tank, they get you to service it or not. They actually follow and learn what you're teaching them. And you're thinking this is awesome until they get a new hobby. And then they just get rid of, I gave that to me mate Macca. And you're like, what? It's like 10 grand, like your whole tank. I gave it to him. I brew beer now. It's amazing.
Archery.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how you get a dude that's so passionate about it, and then there's a switch in their head, and then suddenly, I don't do that anymore. Now I do this. So they're out there, but I mean, I don't think that is. I do get those people in this area, and there's no such thing as one size fits all, because there are people that if you kept them simple, that you might keep them longer. But then on the other hand, where you start's not where you finish necessarily. And if people had the same setup for too long, I think they've seen it. So I've got a big belief that I say over and over and over again, and this comes from, like, let's say nearly every family that I grew up with, is they get a fish tank, they set it up, everyone loves it, they're talking about it, they're doing water changes, they're fully into it. But this is what I believe, right? 1 year they love it, 1 year they like it, and then they've seen it. And unless they do something completely, like a big tank rearrange, swap everything around, new ornaments, new coral, new plants, fish, whatever, right? Unless they're every 6 to 12 months wanting to do something new, they've got to, otherwise they just get over it. And then I believe, when I look at a lot of my cousins and my family, they get a tank and it's almost the same thing. They set it up, they make it look good, they love it. And then, but in their heart, they're not thinking, oh, but I want discus next, or oh, but I want to try some angels, or unless they're wanting to cycle things in and out of the tank, they set it up, they make it look great till they've seen it, and then they just get rid of it. And I mean, they just get rid of it. Like, I'll go to my cousin's house, he's got a cichlid tank, it looks cool, everything's fine. He was right into it, he was coming down asking me questions, it was awesome. Then he goes a bit quiet. And then you come in, he's playing guitar and the tank's gone. You're like, what happened to the tank? Oh, I gave that away to Simon. You're like, all right. Like,
Yeah,
that happens. It definitely happens. It's just the personality of the person.
but I think that's because those people aren't the autistic ADHD fish people that a lot of us here are. You know, the diehards from the get go. You know, I think there is a small focused community that is in it for life, really.
Yeah. Yep.
Paul, I got some questions for you, and then we have to finish up. I think, mate.
Yeah, cool.
How do we help with decision making when it comes to our fish industry in Australia? I guess in terms of what happens with lists and legislation. How do we help?
Okay, so basically, at the end of the day, we rely so heavily and so thoroughly on Anthony Ramsey. So, unfortunately, our whole industry, that guy, and the impact that guy has made on all of these sorts of things is I mean, like, let's face it, in the past, there's people that have done great work too. But let's say at this point in time, that's the guy. So how do you help? I'm sure there's lots of ways that you can help, but you contact the PIAA, ask for Anthony. He is the PIAA, by the way. Because at the moment, the PIAA is running on a shoestring budget. And how that guy has turned around the PIAA from losing something like $250,000 a year to returning a profit is very remarkable. The work that he's put in, he's got Esther doing a wonderful job helping him as well. But basically, let's say the PIAA went off the rails and there was some huge risks on the future that's coming. And then he got involved. He got me and various other people to help him. And once again, as far as the shout out's concerned, there's no one at the moment that has made the same impact on our industry as him. So how do you help? Reach out to him. And at the end of the day, it's him that does it. I don't get any more than a brief and a chat, but he's the one doing it. And in the earlier, when I first got involved in the PIAA, I was a lot more involved. But these days, running a business, having a family, I'm flat out. And these days, I'm not in the shop that much, so I'm mainly out cleaning fish ponds, and I get home, I'm bloody tired. So he's your guy. So if you want to help, reach out to Anthony, and I'm sure there's things he could point you in, whether it be contacting ministers, whether it be whatever. But as far as our industry is concerned, it starts and ends, or that's not true, but almost he's your guy.
Yep. Now, there was a question there about, Senor Ding Dong saying, so how can people donate to that work? I don't think it's a donation. You can become a member of the Pet Industry Association, can't you?
Okay, so you can become a member. So basically every shop should be a member. And the fact that we have to go to so much effort to chase them up to pay their bloody $300 or whatever their membership fee is, depending on the size of their business, it's embarrassing. Now, so a lot of the shops, what are they doing for me? Blah blah blah. You wouldn't have an industry if it wasn't for the PIAA. So pay your share and get involved. And then as far as individuals are concerned, there is actually I don't know if they still have it because it wasn't really popular, but there was a program where you paid like $50 a year or something, and you became a non-voting member. But if you want to help out and you contact Esther or Anthony, chances are there'll be work that you can do. And then there's times like the Oz Pet Show that's coming up next week. So there's definitely things they could do. But ultimately, at the end of the day, not many people do stuff for nothing. And basically, Anthony and Esther are the only people that get paid by the PIAA, because as a CEO and the assistant, they get paid. And then lots of other people do a lot of work, and you don't get paid anything. So for me, for example, I'm a member. I pay a membership fee to be in the PIAA, and then over the years, I've done a lot of work for free, just because you got to believe in it. Because at the end of the day, we have to help the PIAA. Because if there's not a PIAA, we risk not having an industry, and it is that extreme. Like you look at bloody Hawaii, where they closed the whole industry, it's still not open. They're still fighting it in court, Hijack is starting to win. So it will open again, hopefully soon, but it's all going through the courts. And that's all to save fish that were never even in danger. So the idiocy that occurs within the parliaments, and there's a whole lot of stuff that I can't talk about too, for also why I think they're idiots. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff I can't say. I'm trying to not say a lot, but I know a lot more than a lot of people know, and I'm telling you now, our industry is a lot more delicate than you think, and never underestimate how dumb the people are or how uninformed or whatever. Don't underestimate what they'll do, and don't think that facts or common sense makes anything at all to do with it, because over the years, various countries have outlawed and banned so many things that couldn't even be a problem. Like, for example, I don't remember what example this was, but some almost frozen country, right? A country that, let's say, for example, I can't remember what country it was. Let's make it up. Let's say it was Sweden. I don't know. They banned. Yeah, they'll do, because I don't remember what country it was anyway. So they banned bringing in tropical. Yeah, let's go with that one. Or let's say Greenland for Trump. So if we actually, let's say some country banned imported fish from tropical areas because they didn't want to release them, and so they don't even live there. You know, like not one would survive. Like, governments do dumb things.
Yeah.
And so if you have if you're in an industry that's reliant on association to keep the industry alive, you got to look after that association. You can't think, oh, someone else is going to do it. Like, if you are a member, if you sell fish or corals or plants, or if you're in the aquarium industry and you're not, like, commercially, and your living comes from this industry and you're not a member of the PIAA, then I have to say you're very either I don't know what word I'm going to say, but for you to think that it's not your problem is ridiculous, because a lot of people do a lot of work behind the scenes for all sorts of issues, many I can't talk about, and they don't even know this stuff happens. But so why should people like me put huge amounts of my own time into protecting an industry that helps you, that you're not even a member of the bloody so actually, Anthony even gets phone calls from shops. And actually, if you made a list of all the shops that Anthony's done massive favors for, like, there's businesses that would be closed down if it wasn't for Anthony. Even lately, there's been a few that I shouldn't name, and they're about to get closed down. Like, literally, there's been shops, there's been suppliers, there's been whatever, and he's got involved, and his contacts and his understanding of politics and his he's made it okay. And then I've literally, even recently, I've had a major industry figure almost crying to me on the phone, like, I'm about to lose my whole business, blah blah blah, and then Anthony's going to try and fix it, and you have faith in him because you know what, he's done it before. But the amount of people that guy's helped and the impact that he's had for the industry, without him, I don't know I don't know where the next one is. You know what I mean? I can't do that work. I don't have the patience and the understanding of politics and the political correctness and the, you know, like, yeah, well, I can't do that job. So, you know what? We have to look after our association, because without our association, we don't have a business.
Have you guys got any statistics on the number of, well, let's use aquarium stores in Australia versus the number of aquarium stores that are members?
Well, those statistics would definitely exist. But the aquarium ratios are actually pretty good. So, yes, those figures exist, but I don't know them off the top of my head.
Come on, Paul. You're meant to be. Come on. Just make it up for us.
Not a details guy. Okay, let's say 1/3. Let's say 1/3. Let's say 1/3. We're making this up, all right? 1/3. Sure. I never let facts. I'm not into facts. I'm a big picture guy. I don't let facts get in the way of my stories. And actually, my wife's a lawyer, so I tell a story. I'm getting the gist of the story, right? And then she's
yeah.
like, and then my wife's there, and she's like, it was a Tuesday. I've said, oh, and on a Wednesday I did this, right? No, it was Tuesday. She not letting that go. Nothing's getting past. So like all of my stories are a big picture. And then you got a lawyer next to me just correct it. She can't help it. She's like correcting everything. No, that was September 6th, or like whatever the detail is. Yeah, I'm not a details guy. So I'm more of a big picture guy. So quoting me for details, I don't recommend that. I wouldn't quote me. So so once again, you've got to do what you're good at. So like relationships and cleaning fish tanks and moving fish tanks and ponds, and you got to have what you do well, but and you got to let people do what they do well. So yeah, facts and figures probably not my strength, but big picture ideas I'm good at.
Never mind. That's fine. That's all right. Paul Talbot, a previous guest has left a question for you without knowing who you would be. That question is, ethically, how do you feel about keeping animals in containers in your home, and does this have a benefit to the animal or only the consumer themselves?
Okay, this is an excellent question. So I will refer to a article that I read in the Reader's Digest, which actually I was still working at St. George Aquariums at this point, by the way.
Fuck me, how old are you? Reader's Digest. Anyway, go ahead.
Reader's Digest, right? So it was the, not a details guy already. I actually did know this, but I've forgotten that, and I actually didn't know. So a university in America, I did know which one. Okay, let's just say the LA. No, don't worry about it. But a new university in America, really good one, actually did a whole study into a Pistogramma cacatoides, or a fish like that. Not a details guy. Could have been a silver shark. No. So anyway, so they did a study. Actually, there's been various studies that I've got to read. Once again, details no, big picture yes. So basically, what they ended up saying is that they tested cortisol levels, respiration rates, all the things that they can suggest for whether a fish is stressed or everything they can monitor. Blood pHs, all this stuff that could indicate whether an animal's stressed or not. Now, I've got a whole bunch of things to say here, but basically what they concluded is that a fish in an appropriately sized aquarium is happier in a fish tank than in the wild. In the wild, they've got
less stress levels,
depending on the species, but basically they will have food on tap. They don't have to fight to survive. They don't have to fight for territory. They don't have to fight to breed. They don't have to worry about getting eaten by barramundi. They just have life on a silver platter. Now, the other thing is that another study that I got to read without trying to pretend to remember details is that fish don't have the same range of emotions that we have. So people are like, when people look at a fish, right? Basically, fish's emotions are they're happy or they're stressed, or they're this or they're that. So yes, they feel pain. Yes, they stress, but their range of emotions is not like ours. It's this or it's that.
It's more like content or stressed.
Yeah. So they don't, like, for example, people say, "Oh, I wouldn't want to feed my same fish all the time because they get bored." But then the studies that I've learnt about suggest that they don't have bored. Bored's not a thing they have. Fish don't have like, oh, where's that? Like, they don't have it. So we're not a fish. So it's very hard for us to put ourselves in the position of the fish and say, what would the fish want? Now, if the fish, and then there's something else that I learnt about, is that if you get a fish that grows in an aquarium, that fish is actually very happy in that aquarium. They don't know any different. There's no sign of stress. You get a gourami in a tank. The gourami's way too big for the tank. But the fish is not necessarily stressed. Fish shouldn't be there. That's not what we're saying. But then if you get a fish from a bigger tank, and then you put it in that same tank as a fish the same size, because it's been in a bigger tank, there's all this suggestion that it will stress.
Right.
So everything's in reference to what it knows. Now, also, I remember when I was sitting there in the seminar, it was an overseas seminar, they're talking about this stuff, and I kept thinking about my budgie. I had this tame, or I called it tame budgie, right? And I get him out, his name is Zach, I try to teach him tricks, he goes back in his cage. Because he was happy there, and that was his life, and that's where he knows. I go and get him out again. Oh, come on, we're going to play. No, he goes back in the cage again. So, what we put our own feelings into the animal, it's not necessarily feelings that the animal's got. So, as far as keeping a tank is concerned, I believe if you have a fish in an appropriately sized fish tank where it can do things, it can do its life, and the other thing too is that you can tell when you're an actual fish guy. I look at my fish straight away. I know if they're happy or not. I can tell. Like I almost can't even tell you why, but you can walk in there. Well, that one's not happy. You almost feel it. You know, it's almost like it's like almost an energy thing. Well, I can almost feel he's not happy, and you look around. You're right, and you see a fish over there, and you've almost I didn't even see it, but it's like you feel it. There's something about you know, especially when they're your fish, you know if they're happy or not. So I believe that having fish in an appropriately sized love tank that has some love. I think if you have fish and you don't love them and you're just having them because you want them because they look good or whatever, but unless you love them, I don't even think you should have them. But if you love them and they're appropriately sized, I actually think they're wonderful. I think they're very good for people. I think that they relieve stress. I can't stress enough. They bring people together. I've seen families come together. I've seen dads. I've had people come in and the dad and son hate each other. Actually, I've got some real examples. They hate each other. They buy a fish tank and then you see them come in. They end up being best friends. And I've had dads come to me like almost tears in their eyes. And they're like, oh, my son and I have a great relationship now because of the fish tank. And then even another big thing, I'll tell you a story that you won't believe, right? I used to go around to all the pet stocks, and in the old days, I used to do a lot of seminars before the internet. So I had my VHS videos, then I had my DVDs, and then I used to go around doing seminars. But
I feel like you want me to ask about the DVDs, but DVDs, we can't play them anymore.
Oh, that's all way gone. Way gone. But so I used to travel around doing a lot of seminars to promote the DVDs. Anyway, listen to this. There was an autistic kid who'd never spoken a word, not one word in his whole life, right? He got my DVDs. There was like he got about 4 different ones of my DVDs, right? Now, fish. He couldn't look after fish because he was autistic and stuff, right? Never spoken one word in his life. He watched the DVDs over and over and over again. And I can tell you that he wasn't watching them because he loved me. I can promise you that. He loved the fish and he loved learning about them. Now, the mother came to me at another pet stock thing that I did, and she brought the kid, and she's like almost crying, and she's saying, look, and the kid could recite my DVDs, as in recite them. So he went from never saying a word to suddenly being able to say whole paragraphs how to clean a bloody filter. So, I mean, anyway, long and short of it, I think fish in an appropriately sized aquarium I think it's excellent for fish. I think it's excellent for people. I think a loved fish tank is one of the best things you can have in the world. And actually, I look at my life, and I think if I didn't have fish in my life, I think I'd be dead. Because like fish are the thing that has kept me interested and kept me not trying to be a bloody drunk rock star. You know what I mean? Like,
Paul,
I can't say enough about how good fish are.
You'd be at Carmen's on a Sunday night playing in the band, mate.
Yeah. Well, I think my life is so much better and so much balanced with fish in it. And I've seen so many other people, and fish, for many people, it's just a really healthy, I think it's good for them. And those people that love their fish, you can't tell me that some of my fish aren't happy. Like, you know, you have a pet Oscar. You can't tell me that fish isn't happy to see me. Like, he might be happy to see me because I'm going to feed him, but he's happy, you know, like his energy is happy. He looks happy. He's, you know, I'm so pro fish for the right, you know, that's loved. If you love your fish, I think that it's the best thing you could ever do for your fish. And I think it's the best thing you could ever do for yourself and your family. But if you don't love fish, don't get them.
That's the thought that we all have. Anyone that's been here for, let's face it, 4 hours and 26 minutes must feel the same way that as what you're conveying there, because I certainly do. And the other thing that I think is really important, Paul, is when I find people come and visit my place and they've got little kids, they get so interested and so excited about seeing the tanks. And it's really easy to talk to those little kids and to get past some of the initial. Well, actually, when they're even younger, they don't even have concerns about moray eels or things like that. They haven't got it. So you can get right in there early. It's so important to do that. Yeah.
Totally.
Mate, you got to.
And as I said, I am seeing more interest from fish again lately. But yeah, it is very sad that there was a long time there where it was gone.
Yeah.
And the other problem is parents. The parents are accountable for everything. Like, for example, when I was a kid, my dad's like, all right, you can get a tank, but you're paying for it and you're looking after it. Whereas parents these days are like, I'm not going to buy it because he's not going to look after it. Well, he's not going to get a chance, is he? Because you're not going to buy it. You're not going to tell him how to earn it. And then you're just going to assume he's not. Oh, you got the dog. Who do you think looks after the dog? Is what that's what they say. Well, maybe the kid's not into dogs. I've never had a dog in my life. I love fish. I love dogs, but maybe it's your dog. But once again, so many parents now just assume that their kid's going to be too useless to look after it, and most of the kids probably are. But some of them aren't. So once again, when I was young, we were told that you can have anything in life, but you have to earn it and you have to do it. But do you know that this is unbelievable? Right? Do you know that I regularly go to people's houses and service their aquariums, and I charge them very good money, and there's a bloody 17-year-old kid sitting on the bed watching me. I'm like, you are more than competent of doing this. Yeah. And especially when I've serviced it like 4 or 5 times, he's got a bloody axolotl or something that there is no reason why this 17-year-old kid can't do it. Yeah. But the parents don't even bother. Oh, he'd never do it. Why don't you just let him try? Like, why do you just assume he's not going to do it? Oh, just get you to do it. This kid's useless. But you know what? You haven't given the kid a chance. Yeah. So I really think that you got to give your kids opportunities. But like, for example, you might just, if your kids are very young, maybe their first job is just turn the light on and off. And if they're the kid that's actually going to turn it on and off, then cool. Then maybe next day can start feeding. This is exactly how much you feed. And if the kid does a good job feeding, then cool. Maybe next you can do the filters. You teach the kid how to do the filters. I've looked after kids fish tanks since I was grade 5, and I did everything myself. Like, the idea of going to my dad and going, Dad, can you buy me a fish tank? He's going to laugh at me. Buy your own bloody fish tank. Then you might do a deal with him because you are starting to look after it, and he might help you out and buy something. But then try and tell him to come and clean your fish tank. He'd laugh his head off at you. Like, as if my dad's going to come into my room and clean my fish tank. But nowadays, that's a thing. Yeah, parents buy a tank because they want their kid to have it, and then they're paying a professional to come and look after it, and the bloody kid's just sitting there chatting to you. Anyway.
Maybe that's where you can start to educate those kids on the spot, Paul. And
I do a lot of that.
You do yourself out of a maintenance gig, but I don't know.
I always, if the kid's there, I always try to teach the kid and tell them. And you know what? Some of them are really interested, but some of these kids, they're not going to do it if they don't have to. Yeah. I mean, that kid's he's not dumb. This kid's, there's few in my brain this is a smart dude. This kid's too smart to clean a fish tank himself when he knows Dad's going to get me to do it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right. Everybody out there, and Paul, thank you very much for coming on board tonight. Paul, thank you very much for sharing. Mate, you've been working all day and you're still at work, and it's 11:30 at night. So I really appreciate you doing that.
My pleasure.
And, mate, don't forget that you're coming back next week.
That's right. Yeah, I did know that. I do know that. Yes.
Because next week we have Mariah Fleeters from Only Reefs down in Adelaide, who is establishing a saltwater only local fish store down there. And I felt like a little bit of a celebration was in order for that. And I thought, what better to support her than having Anya, who is another female who's put certainly plenty of time in at a local fish store level. And I tried to find an old bat who might have been batting around, an old girl in local fish store land, but Paul was the best I could come up with for that. But
it's very bad of you to identify that I'm not a girl, because maybe I am now.
Well, I've got a picture of you in a female wig, so I'll bring that up next week.
There you go. So I am that girl, just so you know. We can do that now.
So that'll be a celebration of a brand new local fish store, a reefing store next week. And then in October, we've got a really big month in October, Paul. We've got Lyle Squire coming on first. Then we've got Shane Danger coming on. I don't want to talk about coral propagation. I want to talk about bloody reptiles and mangrove jacks with Shane. Then we've got Alex Correa from Hawaii, who used to volunteer at the Waikiki Aquarium. And then we've got Scott Fellman from ex-Tannin Botanical Days and Unique Coral Days over in Los Angeles at the end of the month. So it's a bloody big month coming up. I'm really excited to talk to Scott Fellman, particularly, I must admit. So there you go. Look out for that. And thank you all for being here for so long as well. And for once, I'm not pissed. Paul?
My pleasure. Thank you so much, Adam.
I tried to say arrivederci, or however you say it in Spanish or whatever it is, I don't know. But thank you, Paul. And thank you, everybody out there as well. And we shall see you next time on the Aquariums Anonymous live stream. Good night, everybody. Good night, Paul. Let me send end.